Jesus will guard their. You are the brokenhearted. Campus in Clay County, Florida, and all over the United States. Lord, protect our children and wipe out evil. Lord, we do not fear the darkness. We fear the absence of your light. God, you promised if we humble ourselves, pray, and seek your face, and turn from our wicked ways, you will hear from heaven, and you will forgive our sin, and you will heal our land. And we pray this in the name of Jesus, our Lord. Would you please join me
Amen.
In declaring our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor Sanders. The student showcase tonight is from Lake Asbury Elementary School Chorus, and Ben Norman is the choral director for this chorus. If you will enjoy the showcase, ladies and gentlemen.
I'd like to briefly tell you that this next song is quite special for the moment that we are in Florida. This was written in 2013 to commemorate, to honor the memory of those who lost their lives in Sandy Hook, Connecticut. It's a very positive song. We've got a beautiful message of how children, no matter how small, can brighten up the world that they're in. One small spark can brighten up the dark, to quote a line from the song. And we did not know when we picked this song that we would be singing it 2 weeks after the tragedy in Parkland. But I think it would be appropriate for us to dedicate this to all who were affected by that. And I hope tonight that this not only reaches your ears, but your hearts as well.
Now, parents of these students, I have been asked to tell you to please exit out the back door to pick your child up. Now, that is unless you want to sit through a very long board meeting. And students, that was outstanding. I loved it. It was wonderful. Thank you so much. And Mr. Norman, thank you so much. Good job, Mr. Norman. We loved it. Loved it. Hello, y'all. Hey, 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 hey. Well, she told me that today was on the 10th, and I said, well, that'll be a good one. And I said, then I'll sneak off. That was wonderful. I didn't get it.
actually pretty good.
Man,
He really did.
that was wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Yeah. The Clay County School Board meeting, March 1st, 2018, will come to order. Welcome, citizens of Clay County. I'm reading a script. Welcome, citizens of Clay County. I want to take this opportunity to thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to attend tonight's school board meeting. This meeting is our opportunity as your elected representatives to collaborate openly and make decisions that will decide the future direction of our public schools and the education of our children here in Clay County. If you wish to address the board, there will be an opportunity to speak for 3 minutes. Please fill out a card. They look like this, which you will find located in the back of the room, indicating the specific item number or topic you wish to speak about, and turn it in promptly. No additional cards will be accepted once the board moves to the public comment section under presentations from the audience. Your participation is welcomed and appreciated. Let me mention that tonight the artwork along the walls is from Ridgeview High School students. Al Nisi is the art teacher, so if please observe the artwork and see the fine work that these students have done. We have no recognitions and awards tonight. Presenters, Clay County Education Foundation Annual Report. Matthew Hutchins, President of the Clay County Education Foundation and Vice President District Manager of Wells Fargo.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you guys for having us today. Tonight we wanted to take an opportunity just to share some of the great work the Education Foundation has been doing for the past couple of years, and specifically with the support of the school district. About late 2016-2017, we met with the consortium of state education foundations, and we put together a strategic plan which included a vision and building on our mission statement and creating more strategy around the Education Foundation. And we really came up with a lot of different ways of what we wanted to do and how we wanted to improve the impact that we're making with our teachers and our students. But just to give a quick overview, the past 5 years, the foundation's provided over $500,000 in mini grants to over 750 schools, provided over $132,000 in scholarships to over 200 students, $5,000 in medical assistance, and provided food for over 300 families specifically to get through some of the holidays. We've been the sponsor and host of Teacher of the Year reception for the past many years. We've also sponsored and funded 5 robotics teams, and we have been instrumental in creating and starting the microfarms on 4 schools here in Clay County. We've also expanded our board of directors, which we're really proud of. That was a strategic initiative from our strategic meeting. We're up to 12 members now, and after our next meeting, we're really excited to be close to 15 or 16 members on our board. Our mission is to serve and support the students and teachers through enriching education, awareness, and sustainability of our community's future. And these are some of our goals that we outlined in our strategic plan that we're working diligently on to make sure that we're making this impact. That's leadership and having the right leadership on our board, outreach to maximize community support of the foundation and its programs, district-teacher relationships and maximizing school district support of the foundation and the programs, and then, of course, outcomes, having specific outcomes to maximize the impact of the foundation programs to the students and our teachers. And here's what I'm really proud of. This was our opportunity 2 years ago with an FTE population of 34,542. We had a total revenue of 2014 and 15 of $62,255. We were the lowest performing foundation in the state of Florida. And it was a time that we really needed to take a look at what we were doing and how we were making impact. And through the help of Kathy Schofield, the executive director, and really working on building our board and the foundation and the fundamentals of the foundation, we got very rigorous in our corporate giving, grant writing. We partnered up with the STEM2 Hub of Northeast Florida. We worked with the Bethesda Foundation that donated over $40,000. And we got a lot more creative in the way we were raising money. And because of that, just last year, and I apologize for the dates because this is actually 2016, 2017 data, we increased our total revenues to $135,089, and that was a 217% increase in revenue in 2 years. So we're really excited about the work that we're doing. We understand that there's a tremendous amount of more work to be done, but we're really excited about what's going on. To talk a little bit about our mini grant process, which we're in the process of the 2018 mini grant process right now, but last year, this thing's getting away from me. So all 41 schools that applied for a grant received a grant. It was the first time we had 100% participation in all schools in Clay County, and we were extremely excited about that because it showed that we were making impact, word of mouth was getting out there, and what we were doing for our teachers to provide for our students. What we funded was career and technical education for our teachers, literacy for our students, and STEM initiatives as well. And that was actually one of the biggest requests that we had and some of the biggest funding that we had. And in 2018, we're excited to say that we've increased our application over double to 226 applications that were just submitted. So we're really excited about that because it shows that we're making impact. Teachers are seeing what we're doing. They're seeing what we're doing with our students. And we had a total of $104,000. Now, we have a little bit of an issue there. We haven't gotten to the point where we're now, last year we were able to fund 100% of all the mini grant applications submitted. This year, because of the size and the volume, we're not going to be able to fund that, but what that is that's a call to us that we got to get better at raising more, finding more corporate partners out there, working with our communities, and getting more support for the foundation. So this is a great kind of mission for us and calling for us to get out there. So we're really excited about that. These are some project highlights of some of the work that we've done, and we're excited about what we're going to do with the 2018 mini grant process as well. And I hope many of you were able to attend the recent Teacher of the Year gala that we had, and we thought it was a success. We're biased, of course, but we were really excited about it, and we appreciate the support from the district from that, and we just wanted to share with you some of the things that we're doing. So thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much. Before we do the, well, I'll go ahead and do the showcase, and then I want to do a special little tidbit. The student showcase, the student showcase, Green Cove Springs Junior High School, Jen Halter, principal. Hello, Ms. Halter.
Hi. So my name is Jen Halter. I'm the principal at Green Cove Springs Junior High, where we are proud to be an A school. And behind me I have my assistant principals that are amazing. We have Jim DeMarie and Jenny Shepard. So Green Cove Junior serves about 800 students, about 400 7th graders, 400 8th graders from the Fleming Island and Green Cove areas. We are actually at the site of the original Clay County High School, so it has a lot of character. It's pretty great. And we have been an A school for the last 5 years. We are currently ranked #1 in junior highs in Clay County for the last 2 years, and that is from our state scores on tests. The work that drives us with our students is our staff focuses on 3 things: relationships, relevant and rigorous lessons, and being lifelong learners. We don't believe that significant learning can take place without developing rapport with our kids. And I also believe that it takes the entire community to surround our kids so that they can learn. And so I am huge on developing partnerships with businesses, churches, volunteers. I actually even started a parent volunteer organization when I became principal so that we all together can work on mentoring and providing great opportunities through sports and clubs, and even celebrating our military families, and even providing community service things like free sports physicals on our open house nights. We also believe in providing relevant and rigorous lessons, not only pushing our kids' thinking and providing those rigorous tasks every day in the classroom, but also we teach junior high kids. So teenagers ask, what does this have to do with me and why do I need to learn it? So you have to make sure that your kid is walking away knowing that that rigorous task is something they can take out into the real world. And then we also model learning by staying a lifelong learner ourselves. And so at Green Cove Junior, for the past probably 6 to 7 years, we actually do professional development every week on Friday as a whole staff, and I believe that has helped our success to stay in a school as we look for ways to make sure that we're meeting the needs of every child on our campus. And we also are looking at data a lot to drive down to exactly what does each child need and making sure that we're taking those innovative practices into the classroom to reach every child. Our school grades. So yes, we are proud to be in a school, and we did give you a school shirt, and we also we collect A pens. It's one of the things that I started, where our faculty and staff collect A pens. So you got one yourself. And we celebrate that we have grown in learning quartile gains in both reading and math last year, and our opportunity for growth is in reading proficiency and reading learning gains, as we have looked at different ways to make sure we're meeting the needs of our kids in reading. Also, we grew in civics, EOC pass rate, and our middle school acceleration points, which I am very proud to say, even this year, we have doubled that already. So we're very excited about that. And also, we grew 13 points overall, which is a 2% gain in an A score. Our growth opportunity for growth is in science pass rate as well, and so we've been focusing mostly on reading and science. Our big strengths are we're number 1 in the district on math proficiency and learning gains, and we have something at Green Cove Junior where we do the whole child approach in the science fair, and it actually has shown to be very successful. So parents, you don't have to worry about the science fair coming home to you. We actually do that in class, and so they research in social studies, they write the paper in language arts, they even graph out their charts in math, and then they are doing a lot of their experiments in science, or at least we support that. We've had 17 kids go to the Clay County Science Fair. It was probably the largest turnout for a junior high, and 15 of those kids did receive awards and some cash. And 2 of them are headed to state. So I have a very strong faculty and staff that really come around our kids to do that. We also are very proud to say that we just recently became one-to-one on Chromebooks, so we're the second junior high for that, and that is a huge thing, so thank you to the district for helping us with that. And also, again, our parent volunteer organization, where our parents have had voice and choice in helping to raise our kids in junior high. Also, we're proud of the Green Cove PD department, police department that is usually on our campus almost every day just to be a positive presence, and they just come and talk to the kids, and also Clay County Sheriffs as well. And we, again, believe in the partnerships with businesses and churches and parents. We offer many clubs and sports for our kids, and junior high is the first time that a lot of kids try out sports, and so that's really exciting. We actually do have quite a few county championships, and our cheer team just placed 10th in the nation. So that's great as well. And also, if you don't have a club you want to join, we have the rule that you can make your own club as long as I approve it and get a staff sponsor. So we've actually had some kids do that as well. And thank you to the Foundation for Robotics funding, because we have a robotics team. We offer right now tutoring in every subject area, Monday through Thursday after school. Green Cove parents, so if you want to send your kid to that. And I am very proud to say we have support services for counseling. We have a motivational coach on campus. We have an SAP counselor through Clay Behavioral. We actually have 2 school counselors and a military counselor 3 days a week, as we serve 100 military families at Green Cove Junior. So to continue our success and to remain the highest performing junior high in Clay County, we're going to continue to form those partnerships. Also, we have going to continue to look for ways to offer tutoring all the time and more counseling services. I want to increase pathways for students so that we continue to have rigorous ways that we can get ready those kids for especially the ACE program here at Fleming, that we serve a lot of kids through that, and also IB programs and any other academic areas in getting ready for high school. And I continue to push myself to provide innovative approaches through our admin team as we lead the professional development at our school to make sure we're meeting the needs of every kid. And we do not rest at Green Cove Junior, so even though we're the highest performing junior high, our goal is to be the top 10% in the state for middle schools. So, Mr. Davis, through the chair. Mr. Davis, I appreciate and I'm humbled that you give me the opportunity to lead Green Cove. It is an excellent school because of all of the things that we have going on and my amazing staff and faculty, and they're great kids. So come on out, check it out, and while I'm not an open school, I'll always take your child. So thank you.
Okay. Ms. Halter, I want to thank you. All the board members have your shirt. We will be wearing them. And I've got to tell you, on a personal note, I really like the A pen.
Thank you.
Guess why?
Okay.
That's right. And,
Hey,
well,
what can I say?
and through the chair, good job. You do good work, and we're excited about you and your team. I think you're getting better every single day. And tonight was a great opportunity for you to express how you develop the whole child. So congrats to those students who are going to science fair. And as she said, parents, Monday through Thursday is tutoring. Hope to see you there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay, this isn't on the, this next is not on the agenda, but I just want to bring this to date. I had talked with Kathy Lawrence, and I want you to know that March the 1st is the beginning of Social Worker Appreciation Month. We had two social workers, Lily Stratanik and Suzanne Hall, went down to Parkland to work with the students who were starting school on this past yesterday. She was very thrilled with the strong support from Mr. Davis and Mr. McCauley. In fact, she told me Mr. Davis said, "Make it happen." So that's great. And many of the social workers are attending the board meeting tonight to show support for the school in Parkland. All of the social workers were willing to go, and they're all excellent dealing with crisis situations, including homelessness, and connecting, and truancy, and connecting both with the parents and the students with these services. I would like for all the social workers who are here tonight to stand up. Thank you for what you do. I was also reminded that our social workers are our licensed clinicians. Many folks think of them as just working with attendants and the homeless, but these ladies are trained to do therapy. The school psychologists are primarily trained to test, but we are certainly so glad that we sent people down to Parkland to help the whole state, the whole world really, the whole United States is just so saddened by the events that happened, and we appreciate being able to show some support and help. I haven't received an update from the past few days. Mr. McCauley, did you want to say something? Or
To the chair, I appreciate that. I also have to just, since I have a moment, really appreciate what the social workers do for us. I think I'm a social worker at heart or something, but they are an awesome group, and I couldn't ask for better. I'd like more of them, just while we're here talking about that. But no, Ms. Lawrence gave me an update earlier. They're still down there, the two that we sent, and the experience, I'm sure, is just absolutely incredible, and we look forward to them giving us a report when they get back.
Okay, that sounds good. We need a report when they get back. Okay. But just thank you so much for what you do.
Ms. Stoddard, can I add something to that? I just want to give a shout out to Kathy Lawrence for another hugely successful SEDNet conference.
Absolutely.
I don't know how she does it every year, but it just
I don't know how you
growing
do.
and growing, and so thank you for all your hard work.
I don't know how you do what you do, Kathy Lawrence, but you're a godsend. Thank you. Okay, our scheduled citizen request, Heather Huffman, staffing of nurses. No.
Hi, I'm Heather Huffman, and I'm the health officer with the Florida Department of Health in Clay County. I had talked to Ms. Condon maybe a couple weeks ago now, and she had suggested that we come and present information. So I did make packets for all of you, and there's also a PowerPoint. So just wanted to really give some good foundational information related to school health nursing and what's in the best interest of our children, also knowing that there is a balance with budget, and I understand that as a fiscal person myself. So, so if you look at the slides, and I guess this is the clicker. Don't start. Wrong way.
I was just kidding when you came to me asking you to put it together.
I don't know what I did. I hit one button.
We need some help.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Thank you, Ms. Huff. You ready to go?
Thank you. So just to give you a little overview of what I'm going to talk about today related to the Florida statutes, related to school health nursing. The basic school health premise, the Nurse Practice Act, really looking at some, I'm going to give you some data. I'm sure that will make Mr. Davis very happy related to the school health program. I'm going to give you a couple scenarios just to kind of give you a feel for what we're talking about, and then a couple recommendations from the Department of Health. Okay, so here's our Florida statute. This is the one that, and I did put in your packet the entire list of statutes that are related to school health so that you can refer to those if you need to. But this is the one that we really refer back to as far as the Florida Department of Health is responsible to supervise the administration of the school health services program. So not actually supervise people, but supervise the program, do periodic reviews, audits, technical consultations, and then jointly develop a school health services plan. And that's what we do with you yearly, and we do an MOA or MOU. So the basic school health, what basic school health is again, it's mandated under that, and it's just to promote your health in a variety of preventative things, the health education, and then also do those day-to-day health services that we know are happening in our health rooms. And then again, remember your basic school health program is a registered nurse managed program, and that it should be addressing those day-to-day needs of students and their health needs, emergency health needs, and any kind of management in school related to chronic diseases or any kind of acute issues that may come up. So under our Nurse Practice Act, and I think it's important to go over this slide because there is a difference. A nurse is not a nurse is not a nurse. We have different kinds of nurses, and so you know, we want to make sure that we distinguish what kind of nurses we have and what are their limitations and what are they really allowed by their license to do. And so if we look at a professional nurse, and that's used a lot in the language of the statute, a professional nurse is a registered nurse, and typically registered nurses are 2-year nurses, or they can be, which are ASNs, or you have 4-year degree nurses that are BSNs, or then you can also get master's levels and into ARNPs and doctorates in nurse practitioning and those things. So when we talk about this going forward through the presentation, when we talk about professional nurses, we're talking about RNs, okay? And it's important to know that these RNs have the right to do a few things under the Nurse Practice Act. They can delegate nursing activities. Again, this is after trainings and competencies have been established for certain activities. They can supervise LPNs and UAPs in the school, and then they can train others, and that's the important piece there. And then the next category we get to is our licensed practical nurse, and I know the school district does have quite a few of them, and so I really wanted to distinguish the two and what the difference is. And the important thing here is they cannot delegate any of their nursing functions down to someone else. They cannot supervise others. They cannot train others other than in general medical health information. They can't do child-specific trainings. And they must, again, work under the supervision of an RN. And so that's where I have a little bit of concern of what's happening and how the hierarchy and table of org is set up a little bit, because I don't believe that is happening inside the district. And so I really want to make sure that those nurses really have the support from an RN or somebody that has that level of expertise and education. And then, of course, the last one is your unlicensed assistant personnel, and those are your UAPs. They're non-paraprofessionals. In a lot of districts, that's your parents that sometimes work in that function. Again, they must be trained, they must be supervised by an RN, and the RN must have control over how they delegate that decision. So just because an RN can delegate, the person receiving that delegation must prove that they can be trained and they're competent in those activities that are being delegated. Okay. Next is just a couple of diagrams, I just wanted to show you, it kind of shows you the difference from a number of activities or tasks that a UAP or an LPN would do versus an RN. And so you'll see that if it says P beside it, it means they can provide the actual service. If it's an A, they can only assist. And so we really have to make sure that the roles are clearly defined within what we have for the different positions we have within the district, and really make sure that we're not having people work out of scope of practice or without a license. It's really, really important. And so on the next slide is a longer list, and also in your packet, I have given you the entire technical assistance guideline related to delegation of school nursing and the role of professional nursing, and that way that you could really look at where we're getting that guidance from. That comes from the Florida Department of Health, in Tallahassee, and then that comes down each of the county health departments, and we use that to help support the school district and guide them technically related to what is going to be the best interest of the students in the Florida statute. So again, key factors for appropriate use of UAPs and LPNs: clear role definition, making sure for sure they are not working out of scope of practice. It's really, really key. Adequate training, and you know, training is not a one-time thing, it's a repetitive thing. We have to train people frequently and often. Again, appropriate delegation and supervision, monitoring and evaluation, and then district policies that support that safe delegation. So again, if that RN would feel comfortable doing the training and actually delegating those specific activities. So what tasks can an RN absolutely not delegate? So there's some things that a nurse, and you have to be the nurse, it's within your license to do that, and you can't delegate it to anyone lower. Again, that's your nursing assessments. Only RNs can actually assess. LPNs can only make, they can only follow directions, so to speak, or orders, or diet orders, or I'm a dietitian, so the diet order just came out, but physician's orders, prescriptions, those kinds of things. Again, they have to be the one that does the nursing care goals and establishing and creating those care plans that we have very, very many in our school district. They have to continue to evaluate the relationship of that plan as it goes through the school year, as a child's condition may better or worsen, and then to just make sure that they don't, that tasks are not falling outside of that scope. So we want to make sure that they're also falling within their scope of practice. So this is also in the whole technical assistance guideline that we get from Tallahassee, from the Florida Department of Health. Really looks at a nurse, and if they're making that decision about should I delegate, should I not delegate, is this allowable, is this not allowable, really is just a really good process flow map to really say, when can I do this, when would it be appropriate? And so I just wanted to give you an idea that there are some tools in that packet that would help for your staff that are currently RNs, that maybe if we can get them to supervise the LPNs and UPAs, what role would that mean and how would that look for them? Okay, so to Mr. Davis's favorite, data. So this is just a layout this school year of what staffing levels you have. Remember, it changes frequently, so we try to keep up with this. This was from mid-February. So you can see the RN staff, the LPN staff, and the UAP staff that you have. The orange part is highlighted for a reason. I'm going to talk about that in just a second. So you have in all of your schools, you have about 8 schools that are typically, or well, not typically, that are completely in the school health services being run by an LPN. There's no RN in that school. So my concern is, who is supervising them on a regular basis? Not talking about their timesheets or, you know, leave requests or those things. I'm talking about that daily supervision of activities happening in school health. And so those are a little bit concerning for me, and how do we provide that support from DOH? And so we only have 5 RNs on our staff at DOH. We are there to provide that high level support, meaning technical assistance, making sure we're following statutes, come in and do audits, come in and report those audit findings, how do we do corrective action plans, support those health rooms and the nurses to do that, to do trainings for the nursing staff, and those kinds of things. And so with those 8 schools with the LPNs, it makes me a little nervous because I want to make sure that those students in those schools are getting the same capacity as another school. So the reason Orange Park is highlighted is because Recently, that position was an RN position, and one of the things that we're struggling with is a lack of communication. We kind of find out after the fact at DOH in Clay County that this position was an RN and they've placed an LPN in that role. And so we know in DOH that if we've got an LPN school, we need to do more visits to them because there is this lack of supervision right now, and we find out after the fact. And that's a little scary for us because we want to make sure that we're meeting the deliverables of the current MOA, the agreement that's out there. And so we would just really like to improve that piece of communication or be part of that decision-making of why things are happening staffing-wise, because there is a trickle-down effect of what's happening. So that kind of gives you a snapshot picture. There is not only the slide presentation, there's an individual whole sheet of paper, so you don't have to read it in 2 font. That will give you those numbers, so you kind of get a good picture of what's happening. I know you guys look at staffing for each school, but this kind of gives you that school health by itself view.
Could I ask a question?
Yep.
Back to that slide.
Uh-huh.
Is there a requirement that, I noticed the charter schools have part-time. Is there a certain amount of hours that it's required to have a nurse, whether it be an RN, LPN, or UAP?
I do not think there is a requirement by statute, but somebody needs to be supervising them. And we continue, we are responsible not only for the public schools, the charter schools, but also the private schools. So we have about, 60 schools or so we're trying to keep track of. The schools, there's not an actual requirement for a nurse. So they use those UAPs. We have to do a lot of support for them, a lot of coaching, training, reevaluating. The one thing is they have a very small population, tends to be, versus some of our very large schools in the district. The high school is 2,500 in one school. That's a huge difference.
Thank you.
Did I answer that correctly? I have my school health coordinator here in case I answered it incorrectly. So this is a snapshot. I really couldn't give you a whole snapshot for this year. I wanted to get you a whole year data so that you can see what we're talking about. So what has typically happened in the arrangement between the school district and the health department is that for a long time we would help support doing those RN functions, meaning we would try to make sure we could help do development of care plans, child-specific trainings, and those other things that only an RN can do. And as you can see in the year 16-17, that was provided, there was 276 care plans developed. Just to give you a snapshot of what that looks like overall, there were over 1,500 medical care plans developed in 16-17. So you're talking about a lot of work, because we're doing it in the best interest of the kids and making sure they're safe and we can make sure that they're managed and they can learn when they're there. So that'll kind of give you a snapshot of your LPN and UAP staff and the support that we've been providing you through DOH. So this is the current data. This is the 17-18 school year, and as you know, we still got about 3.5 months left. We've already done 190 care plans. We've done 16 trainings and child-specific trainings, and as you know, medical care plans and those kinds of things continue to have to be developed as children change their status, their medical status. And so I just wanted to give you some numbers so you've got a feel of what that looks like. Okay, so I'm going to ask my director of nursing to come up to give you just one scenario so that you kind of get a feel of what happens in the different type of staff that you have and how that may impact the decisions or the ability of the decisions they can make. And that is also in your packet, the entire scenario packet.
Good evening. I'm Cynthia Jackman, and I represent the Director of Nursing position. You want to look at some real scenarios if there was an RN in the school or if there was a UAP or an LPN in the school. And I want to emphasize that UAPs and LPNs are all valuable members of the healthcare team, but they're individuals that perform tasks after they've been trained by a registered nurse or someone else that's more highly licensed, maybe an MD or a DO. And so they practice under the direction of one of those individuals. One of the things that particularly stands out about LPNs is LPNs can collect data, but they can't, by the scope of practice, by their license, make an assessment about the data. So they may be able to tell you what your vital signs are, what your pulse is, whether you're normal or abnormal, but they function under a protocol or under a guideline, under a care plan. Those are some of the words, or orders, for a physician's order. So if that isn't covered, if they don't have something to direct them, they're pretty much left with the alternative of calling 911, calling the parents. There's very little that they're going to be able to do in terms of determining the severity of illness for any particular child in the school, which, we see as a risk. Because, there are going to be kids that are going to have a problem in the school that don't have a health plan. It's not covered under first aid. It's not covered under an operational protocol. And they could be in trouble very quickly with someone who had the ability to call the parent and or 911 at any one time. So the first one we were looking at was a child, a second grader, with a no known history of respiratory problems, tells the teacher that he is having trouble with breathing, and then this is a child, no known history, so would not have had a protocol, plan of care, anything like that. They may be able to note that the child's colors change and, a number of different things, but by their license, there's nothing that they could do to intervene at that time other than call for additional assistance. They may call a nurse, that's their nurse supervisor, and ask for direction, try to reach one of the Department of Health nurses, but when a child presents with a respiratory problem, they're probably going to call 911. And that's the only thing they have in their toolkit, if you will, is to call for 911, which may be more care than is really needed at any one time. Questions? No? Heather?
Okay. We also submitted a couple other scenarios in there so you could look at the difference and what that would mean based on the staffing that you would have. So that you would have at least a little bit of things that you could analyze and see the difference. So again, risk and liabilities to the school district. We do this on a daily basis in any kind of organization we're in. What are our risks? What are our liabilities? So it's important to just recognize that we as employers do not ask people to work out of their scope of practice, especially when we talk about medical licenses. And so when we talk about LPNs or UAPs doing those assessments and doing things without written orders or directions or care plans, we're really asking them to function as a nurse, and that's basically practicing without a license, and it is a felony to do that. And so I know I earned my license, and so I want other people to earn it, and we don't want to just give it away too, because we want people to be capable and competent in performing those functions. And so again, you can always look at negligent lawsuits for not caring for children properly, and that's what employers look at, big items, and how do we reduce that risk. And I just wanted to point out that there was a study recently by the University of Iowa that stated that mistakes are 3 times more likely when an unlicensed person is actually doing those functions. And so, there's always that check and balance system, and so we want to look at that. So again, recommendations, our ideal situation, I always want to offer that as our first option, and that's an RN, at least one RN in every school. We do have, as we get more and more students, but we also gain more and more medical issues that come with that, the likelihood of that, and so that's always the optimal situation. However, I understand fiscal restraints. I run an organization too, so I understand that. So we would recommend, having at least some of your RN staff, and you have quite a few RN staff, and that's a very good situation to be in, that they really need to be, somebody needs to be supervising those LPNs and UAPs. That is an RN. And that can really make sure that those people have been trained, they're competent, they're reevaluated on a regular basis for their skill set, and really have that staff has that support system on a daily basis, those UAPs and LPNs. And then the other thing that a lot of the school districts have, they have district-wide RNs that are either floaters, and those are the ones that maybe sometimes will supervise or handle those low acuity kind of schools that maybe have an LPN in there. So, my last recommendation is let's not staff the way we've always staffed. Let's keep reevaluating that and assessing it and looking at our student population and what we have in our RN school this year. We may have to have that RN move to a school that has much more higher acuity children, and so that we have that capacity. So lastly, again, it's just looking at those schools that have high ESE populations. They tend to come with a lot more medical management, and making sure that we have that capacity. So I'll be glad to take any questions. I have Jackie Copeland here with me, who's the school health coordinator, who's the DOH RN, and then I also have Cindy with me, who is her supervisor and my director of nursing. We just want to make sure it works. We want to, have that conversation about what our concerns are, and moving forward, how that MOU and that MOA is going to look between DOH and the school district, and what we can provide as the school district changes its staffing patterns.
Thank you for this information. I'm sure that all of us, when we get a chance, are going to go through this and look at it. I appreciate having this information, and I think all of the board does. Thank you so much.
And I put my card in there, and you can call us anytime, email us. We'll be glad to answer any questions that you have, and we just want to make sure it continues to be a really good working relationship.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have homework, ladies.
Mr. Davis, if I could ask a question. I'm sorry, Ms. Stubbard,
Certainly.
if I could ask a question. When we talked about this in the workshop, I remember we had some questions about it as a board, and the answer that we received was that that LPN would be working under an RN's license. Is that correct?
And through the chair, yes, ma'am. We have a district personnel that supervises and provides assistance, and I will say that Ms. Huffman's an awesome partner to us every single day, and we don't disagree the fact that we would like to have a registered nurse in every one of our schools. The issue becomes is the affordability. Can they work with the school district, or can they go make a bunch of money outside, with a hospital or whomever? So I think it comes down to being able to compensate them in an attractive manner. But I will tell you, not every, I don't know a school district in the nation that I know of, or in the state of Florida, I should say, I'm not going to go broad, the state of Florida that has a registered nurse in every one of our schools because of the same problems that we serve. So as stated, there's not a statute that requires it, but we do a good job in Clay County to make certain that we do have supports in our schools. And the only reason we will provide, and we're thankful to be able to have LPNs, is the fact that if we can't find a registered nurse, we want someone in our schools to help our children. So, and continue to work with that healthcare plan every single day to help them. So we have district staff and supports, and I know Ms. Huffman is always willing to help us continue to grow and get the best individuals in our schools.
I do have a question. Maybe I should wait till allocations, but I'm going to ask now. She said that at Orange Park Junior that the RN was being changed to an LPN, but I'm looking at the allocations and it still shows RN. So which is it?
So
They have an LPN working in that position.
So
even if the allocation says RN, what we're finding is sometimes they actually put an LPN in that position. It's a completely different function and level of scope of practice. And so,
I was just confused.
So maybe
Yeah.
what we need to fix on our part is the wording, and have, instead of RN, it should be school nurse or school health, something along those lines.
And through the chair, I will say this, the only recommendation that we're bringing tonight for the 17-18 school year is for right now, is for, and through the consent, we can talk about this, unless you want to talk about it now, is that we're changing the model now because we've had a vacancy in that school. We need someone in that school to help kids and for students to be able to be serviced.
And we haven't been able to find an RN.
As I said, we all agree that we just can't find them. If you find some, send them our way.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this is your last call for your comment cards. Does anyone want to fill out another card? If you do, please bring it up now. You can hand it to Mr. Daggett and he'll pass it on. Just a minute. They didn't mark. Okay. Now we'll come to presentations from the audience. Carrie Von Ebers.
I do have a handout for you guys too, if I can.
Excuse me?
I have a handout for you guys.
Okay, if you would hand it to Mr. Dagada or Mr. Davis, but don't come to the dais. Thank you. Okay.
My name is Carrie Von Ebers, and my address is on file. I'm sorry, I'll try to go in my 3 minutes, but I just got braces, so I'm working here. I am the 6th grade team leader at Fleming Island Elementary, and I would like to speak to the issue of eliminating stipends for department heads and team leaders. I am aware that the topic was removed from tonight's agenda, but in the event that it is brought up for discussion in the future, I would just like to provide you with some information. I want to start out by saying that I work on several committees and activities at our school without receiving any type of stipend. I am the SAC chair, I'm the spelling bee coordinator, I'm an academic tutor, and I am a math field day coach. And most of these jobs I have done for many years. So when the topic of team leaders came up, and it was said that we handle textbook inventory, I was thinking to myself, well, that's kind of the least that we do. And so I would like to inform you a little bit of what we do as a team leader in the elementary school. And that is the list that I gave to the board, the duties that I perform. So as the team leader, I am the liaison between the administration and my team. I communicate important and relevant information. I help to problem solve on a daily basis, and I am the first point of contact for parents, school, and district personnel. As the team leader, I assist with the implementation of district initiatives like the iReady and Achieve. This year, I constructed my own Chromebook cart and charging station on my own time with my own money so that my team would have full use of a class set of Chromebooks on a daily basis. As the team leader, I am the schedule maker, the course designator, the schedule changer, the keeper of the master schedule for our team. As the team leader, I am the compliance person. I make sure that teachers have copies of IEPs and 504s, that the accommodations for each student are listed, and that the services for our students are scheduled. As the team leader, I am a coordinator. I do work with the nurses that we just spoke about to conduct health screenings for our 6th graders. I work with the junior high on articulation, school visits, course selections. As the team leader, I am also an organizer. I plan all aspects of our field trip that we just went on successfully to SeaWorld. I design and order our 6th grade t-shirt that serves as a fundraiser. I organize our year-end activities, and we have a completion ceremony at the end of every year. To bring this back to the PLCs, as a team leader, I am the record keeper of our PLCs. I keep logs and records of exactly what we do at our PLCs each week. At the same time that I am performing my duties as a team leader, I am also a 6th grade regular education math teacher. I teach a tested subject area. I am a high-impact, highly effective teacher, and my team does run like a fine-tuned machine. We collaborate and work well together, but someone must be in charge. During our fast-paced and high-stress busy days, we need someone to keep the team together. Our administrators have a lot on their plates, and they count on us to work with them to keep things running smoothly. So at the end of the day, I do a lot more than just pass out textbooks. The stipend doesn't begin to cover the extra hours that I work as a team leader, so please don't ask me to do all this work for free. I'm a degreed accountant, so I am familiar with budgets and bottom lines. What this proposal does is just remove income from one group in order to give it to another in order for an employer contribution of insurance. The same results can be accomplished by reducing expenses in other areas. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next, Raul Escamilla. I'm doing better. I'm doing better. Mr. E.
You're going to become proficient in at least 2 Spanish words. Raul Escamilla, my address is on file.
I can say CC.
I want to talk to you tonight about 2 things: security of our schools and youth mental health. First, I want to thank the superintendent for being on the ball right after the Parkland shooting. It put my family at ease, at least, to know that we had some leader looking out. That being said, I'm a substitute teacher here in Clay County. I've been to most of the schools here in Clay County, and I can tell you that there are phrases that you can use to get on to school campus. Namely, hey, where did the sub sign in? There's not been a single time where anybody's ever asked me for my ID when I've uttered that phrase. On this campus alone, today I talked to students and teachers, and it's easy to get off this campus and it's easy to get on this campus during the school day. Video cameras are not designed to be preventative measures. They're designed to help with prosecution. And the last thing I want is for anyone to be on this board or be in the classroom and believe that security cameras are in any way to perform preventative. That said, youth mental health is something else that I'm greatly concerned with. Ms. Bola, you were a teacher. Mr. Davis, you were a teacher. You've both been in the classroom. Imagine if you're a student experiencing a youth mental health crisis. You want to do harm to yourself. You believe someone's going to do harm to you. You want to do harm to someone else. And you go to a teacher, you go to an administrator, you go to guidance, and you make these things known. And they are worried, and so they contact Clay County Sheriff's Department. Clay County Sheriff's Department comes out and they assess the situation, and they realize that the student is in fact a danger to themselves or others. Put yourself in that student's position. You are having a mental health crisis. Now that sheriff is going to handcuff you, take you out and put you in the back of their squad car. Now that is not Clay County Sheriff's Department's fault. That is just their SOP. That is what they are supposed to do. But imagine if you're that student who's experiencing that youth mental health crisis. Where's your mental state now? Imagine you're that student and your peers are watching you be taken out in handcuffs and put in the back of a squad car. Where is their mental health? So we need to work better with Clay Behavioral. I know we have a partnership, but we need to work better with Clay Behavioral and Clay County Sheriff's Department, because the mental health training that Clay County Sheriff's Department receives is not specific to age. They are treating that student, whether they be 9 years old or they be 18 years old, like they would treat any other adult. That is exactly what Clay County Sheriff's Department SOP is. And they're doing that because the student is a danger to themselves and they want to safeguard that student's life. This is not an attempt to bash Clay County Sheriff's Department. But there are other alternatives. Instead of a squad car, what about an ambulance? What about a parent? What about a guidance counselor who can take the student to where they can receive services, as opposed to having that student handcuffed and sometimes shackled and put in the back of a squad car? Think about that as people who are supposed to be concerned with the security of our students and their mental health. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, Donna Mace.
Good evening. Address on file, I'm Donna Mace. I'm just here because testing season has begun, so here I am. I'd like to thank Clay County employees for the respect they've shown our families that are continuing to opt out. I am going to ask that you make sure that the information being given to parents is factual. If you were in 4th grade, you will not be retained if you don't take the test. Homeschoolers are not required to take the test, and there is no level 0. And these are things parents are being told by people employed by Clay County. So we need to be real careful with that. We still have students being denied placement in advanced courses because they have no FAFSA score, and we have children being removed from electives, honor roll students whose FAFSA score is considered low and being placed in remediation courses in high school. So maybe that's something that needs to be looked at in the future. We still don't have clarification, and I asked for it before, if FAFSA scores are required for placement in advanced classes. So parents are really not sure what to do with that situation. We know that test scores are manipulated and misused by the state. We know that educators have not had meaningful input into the FAFSA. And we also know that because of the FAFSA, it's the leading vehicle for why we are having to use more learning platforms like Achieve and iReady to prepare these kids for the test, because everything is based on those scores. So more data is being mined from our children. Just to clarify, we are on your side. We have parents in Tallahassee just about every day at committee meetings because we've joined forces with a lot of groups, and you hear them standing there testifying day after day with the group Common Ground. So we're fighting for your schools. We don't opt out because we think our children will fail. We're pretty sure they won't. We're certainly not trying to attack the teachers. We understand the deal with the bonuses and stuff, and we're fighting for better salaries. We are not attacking our schools. We are still in the traditional public school because we believe in it. And we are not against our children being tested by their teachers with their teachers' tests. This is the only way we have of trying to take back control of the schools as parents. And we're not saying no, we're continuing to say yes to public education. And I will close with this statement from Diane Ravitch. Sometimes the most brilliant and intelligent minds do not shine in standardized tests because they do not have standardized minds. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Stallman, have you spoken with Ms. Mace?
So through the chair, I can take it.
Okay.
I have not, but if we're willing to have conversations of any concerns she has, I can address it as superintendent.
Okay.
Yep.
Ms. Mace, call the superintendent. He will address your issues, and we'll see if we can't, he can answer all your questions. He's smart. Okay, thank you. I need to ask the next card. Duna Jean Baptiste, did you, I'm not sure if you want to address insurance in general, or did you want to address an agenda item? In general? Okay, it's your turn. If you would, state your name and address.
Good evening. My name is Duni Jean-Baptiste. I teach at Oak Leaf High School. My address is on record.
Right.
And the reason for my wanting to speak this evening is, again, the issue of insurance overall. We would all agree that insurance is something that we need in this day and age. We have several different type of illnesses that were not common when we were growing up. They've become common now. And so my concern is, as an individual who works for Clay County School Board, I am concerned by the fact that this continues to be an item that has to come forward. I am a member of the union, and I know that as a teacher, there is so much that we do that, does not go on the resume, okay? We deal with a lot. You have the issue that just happened recently with Parkland. We have issues that have come up with the local schools. All of that impacts not just the students, the families, it also impacts the teachers. You have people that have pre-existing conditions, and I would be dismayed if I did not come before you to talk about the fact that insurance having to be a topic of discussion when we know how important it is of great concern to me and other individuals. So I would just like for the board to seriously take a look at and not wait for a specified day and time, but to look at the fact that this is something that we are all in need of. And I would like for you to be very serious and purposeful about looking at what it is that you can do in order to help teachers. So grateful for the raise, grateful for so many things, grateful for the fact that you all are concerned about us, grateful for the accolades, but when it's all said and done, we all need insurance, and I do not want for us to continue to move forward in terms of the acknowledgments of a raise and things like that, and then to simply move backwards by not being able to meet the needs, a basic need, a very important need that every individual walking in the United States, all over the world has, which is if you are ill, where are you going to go to get what you need? If it is your children, where are you going to go to get what you need? Why should someone have to necessarily be concerned? What am I going to have to give up that is a need in order to have another need met? Insurance is not a want. It is a need. I can speak of this from a personal standpoint of being a cancer survivor, and, I continue to work. I had radiation every day for 8 weeks. I continued to show up to work. My students did not know. I had a parent to die the year after I breast cancer. I had 3 coworkers a year after that to deal with different types of cancers. I did not have school board insurance at the time. I had other insurance, but now I have school board insurance. If I have to have this occur again, am I going to have to deal with the additional stress of how am I going to pay for this? It's a serious concern, and I would like for it to be addressed seriously, not something that has to come up every single year. But let's take a look proactively. What can we do to address this head-on before it becomes a major issue? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Good.
Okay, that's the end of the cards for the presentations from the audience. Next, we will have the adoption of the consent agenda.
Point of order, Madam Chair. As the board member who submitted this item, I'm hereby withdrawing item D2, rescind the vote taken at the February 1st, 2018 meeting to rescind the vote taken at the September 26, 2017 meeting to join the lawsuit challenging the constitutionality of House Bill 7069 from our agenda tonight. And the reason why I'm doing that is I think it would be more appropriate for us to address this item at our next meeting, since the legislative session ends in 8 days, and at that point we'll have a better picture of where we stand or what we're up against financially for our budgeting for next year. So I'm hereby giving formal notice that I intend to place an item on our next agenda to rescind the vote taken at the February 1, 2018 meeting, to rescind the vote taken at the September 26, 2017 meeting, to join the lawsuit challenging the constitutionality of House Bill 7069. So I'm basically withdrawing it from tonight and putting it on our next agenda. And I will email it to Ms. Bush tomorrow, so she has it. Thank you.
Okay, we had no items pulled from the consent agenda to discussion. I'll entertain a motion.
It's to approve, I'll move approval to approve the consent agenda with the deletion of item, well, that's the discussion agenda, sorry. I'll move approval.
Second. Who seconded? Ms. Bola, okay. I have a motion by Ms. Karakis, a second by Ms. Vola. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say no. Motion carries 5-0.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I may, I just want to make it clear that under the current status of things with the 7069 lawsuit, what this means is that we are remaining in it. There had been action to withdraw from it, but once you withdraw, you can't really get back in, okay? And you have to ask to withdraw. You have to ask the parties and the court. So I just wanted to make it clear on the record that means that all of this means that we stay and remain a party plaintiff in the lawsuit.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. We have approved 3 proclamations. The first is Clay County Agricultural Fair. I'd like to read this proclamation. Whereas Clay County will hold its 32nd Annual Agricultural Fair on March 29th through April 7th, 2018, and whereas the School Board of Clay County endorses this event with the Clay County Fair Association and hereby encourages all citizens to attend and enjoy this educational and entertaining event, and whereas this fair will serve as a showcase for Clay County agriculture with emphasis on educational experience concerning Clay County's leading industry, and whereas various Clay County youth organizations such as 4-H clubs and Future Farmers of America play an important part in the fair, and whereas the School Board of Clay County encourages all citizens to demonstrate their support of our youth by taking an active interest in their activities at the fair, And whereas agricultural fairs provide fun and entertainment as well as education for the entire family, and whereas the Clay County Fair Board of Directors, committee members, patron life members, and many volunteers have done an outstanding job of putting together the Clay County Agricultural Fair, which will provide entertainment and educational experiences for children and adults of all ages. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the School Board of Clay County, Florida, fully supports, celebrates, and encourages all citizens to attend and enjoy the 32nd Annual Clay County Agricultural Fair, duly adopted and approved by the School Board of Clay County, Florida, this first day of March 2018, and this has been signed by the superintendent and all of the school board members. At this time, I would like to call up Tasha Hyder to receive the proclamation. I'll meet you at the podium. We are so looking forward to the fair, my favorite time of the year. So this is our proclamation, and we'll see you around the
Appreciate your
fair.
support. Thanks, guys. See you soon.
We also approved two other proclamations, and they are of such importance. If you will bear with me, they're a little shorter. I would like to read them into the record. This is Proclamation 18-12. Whereas it is appropriate that we recognize our teachers for the way they lead their passion and skills to educate the children of Clay County, and whereas by helping students to grow in knowledge and skill, teachers open doors of opportunity to our young people and help them become responsible and productive citizens, and whereas our teachers have played an indispensable role in our district's recent achievements, including historical graduation rate and increased student achievement. Whereas we each remember our most cherished teachers and reflect on their influence in our lives, and whereas teachers deserve the gratitude of students, parents, and all citizens who benefit from education in Clay County. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the School Board of Clay County, Florida, that it does hereby proclaim May 7 through 11, 2018 as Teacher Appreciation Week, and May 8th, 2018 as Teacher Appreciation Day in Clay County, duly adopted and approved by the School Board of Clay County, Florida, this first day of March 2018, and it's signed by the superintendent and the school board. How about all you teachers stand up? Let us see how many teachers we have here tonight. Thank you for what you do. That's wonderful. You're very appreciated. The third proclamation is 18-13. Whereas April 22nd through 28th, 2018 has been designated Administrative Professionals Week. And whereas April 25th, 2018 has been designated as Administrative Professionals Day. I did it. Whereas this occasion is observed globally as a way to show appreciation and support for all administrative support personnel, and whereas these individuals provide valuable assistance to administrators, teachers, staff, parents, and students throughout our district. And whereas our district's mission is to provide a public education experience that is motivating, challenging, and rewarding for all children. And whereas by performing their duties with skill, courtesy, and professionalism, administrative professionals in Clay County contribute significantly to that mission. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the School Board of Clay County, Florida, that it does hereby proclaim April 22nd through 28th, 2018 as Administrative Professionals Week, and April 28th, 2018 as Administrative Professionals Day in Clay County, duly adopted and approved by the School Board of Clay County this first day of March 2018, and this too has been signed by the superintendent and all of the school board members.
Madam Chair, I think in the past, we have recognized the social workers the same way, and I know you mentioned Social Workers Week earlier from Ms. Lawrence.
Yeah, I just
But
didn't
can we
get
do one maybe next month?
we
and
could do a
belatedly?
proclamation. Okay. 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 Mr. Davis will see that.
I think we have in the past, haven't we?
I don't, I can't keep up with the dates of the different proclamations, but we will take care of it, promise. Mr. Davis,
Ms. Lawrence said.
okay, we'll take care of it. Thank you. I thought about that when I was reading
When you read
the
that.
information, and I thought, we don't have a proclamation for that. So we'll remedy that. Okay, CCEA update, Renali Paiva.
There's a lot going on tonight.
Certainly it is.
I have a handout for you, Mr. Davis, with you. Renali Paiva, I'm the president of the CCEA. I have a lot of stuff on here to talk about. The first thing that I'm giving you is, it is true in the tentative agreement that we signed when we made an agreement for the contract with you, that we agreed that, like other counties in this state, we wouldn't pay our retirees. We had been paying retirees when we complained. We hadn't been paying them across the board for retroactive pay. I have to actually apologize to the retirees because I didn't realize the impact of it. It was part of a TA with the whole comprehensive package, and I guess I wasn't paying attention. I'll put it on me. I wasn't paying attention. We have, the people on the list are our retirees. Some of them have worked 27, 30 years in this county. We get paid on 24 pay periods. We are talking about the retirees. We have a retiree that retired on January 26th, and I signed that contract with you with February 1st. So 4 days, and we kept missing each other on phone tag because I wanted to just say, just use your sick leave and get past February 1st. This association has signed numerous MOUs with you, saving you lots of money. Different MOUs have saved you lots of money, especially the leapfrogging MOU that I've signed every year has saved you lots of money. I am asking and appealing to the school board to please do an MOU to give the retirees a total of $5,465.46. That's what it comes to. In a $390 million budget, I really don't think that's much to ask for people who worked. It's a retroactive pay. They worked those days. I removed the people who didn't work those days. They worked those days. And really, if we sign a contract like we should in the summer, if we get our bargaining team together quickly, and usually I just do MOUs with the districts. So you're right. This is the first time I bought an MOU directly to you because the district has said no. Yes, we signed lots of things in the contract. That's what MOU means. It means that we're going to go outside the contract and do something simply because it's right to do. And that's what I'm appealing to you. My second thing to you, instructional allocations. The CCA has been assured by Mr. Davis that these are allocations and not people. People will not lose their jobs. Allocations will go in a holding tank in case we get the students that we think we're going to lose. If we get them back, then, and you guys approve it tonight, then we'll be set to go in August. CCA has no objection to that whatsoever. Okay, that is actually a smarter way to go, as long as I have the guarantee from Mr. Davis, and I trust him that he will make sure that nobody is displaced. No teacher is well, they'll be displaced, but there'll be a job opening for them somewhere, okay? I met with Mr. Ivy out there at Swimming Pen Creek about Montessori, totally impressive. We have signed an MOU tonight, Mr. Davis and I, totaling, I think, $16,000 of training without going through the school board. So I don't really know what the $5,000 is a big deal about, but anyway, we'll get the, we'll get the training for our Montessori. I'm totally impressed, thank you. Over there, Katie, thanks a lot on training those. I think they're really psyched about it. I think Mr. Ivy has it under control. He's very psyched about it. And I think Montessori being a new method of teaching will be something that just will enhance our, I was going to say Orange Park Junior, Clay County. So CCA fully endorses that program and will do everything we possibly can to help out. I will also bring to the school board, there is a statute in Florida that you can extend people's drop. Right now, we only allow people to stay and drop 5 years. The statute allows you to extend it to 8 years. In a time of teacher shortage, I think the school board needs to review that. I think that why would we take our most experienced teachers after 5 years when we can't find people to fill those positions, because it's at the discretion of the superintendent. That's what the statute says. We can't find people to take those positions. Why on earth would we just not extend people's drop who want to work? Some of them want to work where they're only taking a .6 position and just want to extend their drop and has been told no. I think we have to review that. It might have worked because I know maybe, when this happened in 2011, I believe, 2010, when suddenly Mr. Wortham decided we weren't extending drop anymore because they didn't allow drop to be extended for administrators. So we got the backlash of that. I think that's wrong. I think that we're in a teacher shortage. We should do everything we can to keep this profession and to keep our professionals in it as long as possible if they choose to work it. It really doesn't kill us to do that. And it benefits this county who spent thousands of dollars training these people and investing in services into these people. Why not keep them? Our supplemental package has been extended to next month, so I'm waiting on just anticipation on what that will look like. I'm very excited about that. I duly noted that the district level instructional staff was not put in the allocation package. So they're hanging out there. I'm not sure what that means. They're not either. So everybody's very happy about that. Parkland, couldn't be prouder to have Lily and Suzanne go down there. That's really great. I have spoken to Suzanne the last couple days. It's interesting because Broward County kind of asked me and said, how come you send social workers? They don't usually counsel kids. And then I'm saying, ours do. Ours do all the time. They're darn good at what they do. And unfortunately, there's only 11 of them, not to mention that, but I thought I would. But they're like, where's your counselors? And I said, oh, our counselors? Guess where they are? They're testing. The trained people that counsel are testing and can't counsel children in this district, much less go and counsel children in other districts, because we're too busy testing. They were astounded by that because their counselors don't test, just like St. John's counselors don't test. We have to get our priorities straight. My last thing I'm going to end on, probably not my last thing. Oh, insurance. We went on a field trip with the chairman of the board, Ms. Studdard, and Dr. Legutko, and Mrs. Gann, and Shirley. Who's the person that works with you? Sonia, I'm sorry. Sonia in financing, and we had a great field trip and went to Alachua County to look at them because they're self-insured. I have no doubt, it is my opinion, if we don't go self-insured, sometimes we will chase this tiger down the road every stinking year. That's what we're doing. In order to do that, here's the bad news. This board has to increase what it puts in for health insurance. You are the lowest board in the entire state of Florida. You put $5,169 into each employee's insurance. The minimum that any school board in this state does is $6,200. And Ms. Condon, you are absolutely right. That's about $3.3 million more. That's what we have to find. And we cannot find it on the personnel's back that we're trying to help. So if you take it by looking at the increase, and Ms. Condon, we were in the insurance meeting, so with the projected increase, which is an increase of 29.3%, is about Ms. Condon and I both take that HMO, so we can tell you it's about $189 per pay period if things stay right like it is. If that is, then you have a beginning teacher starting here at $38,000. She's actually starting at $34,000, $34,200, because you have to deduct a benefit she doesn't get and she will get anywhere else. So that means your starting teacher salary is $34,200. I challenge you to find a starting teacher salary in the state of Florida less than that. That's what we've got to fight the tiger. And I said to Mrs. Studdard after this meeting that we really need a round table. We really need to put everything out on the tables, free conversation on how we can do this, what we can do to get this where it should be. And that is, the benefit package of the school board employees. There are 3,050 of them. So we really have to find out a way. Self-insured doesn't happen in 1 year. I understand that. I postponed First Book because First Book asked me, there was 5 unions that wanted to bring in the 40,000 books again. And there was First Book will only limit now to four shipments a semester. So I said, we already had it, we'll postpone it, but we're number 1 in August. So I moved us to August, and that would have cost the district $9,000 on the market. So those $5,000 for the retiree, I actually just saved you money by saying that we'll postpone it, so I really would like you to reconsider that. And my last thing I want to speak about is arming teachers. And this is a hot topic. And no one's asked us. And I have to kudos to Diane Hutchins at the county commissions, because she made a statement that was quite interesting to me, and that was, has anybody asked the employees what they think? I'm still waiting for somebody to ask us what we think. So I figured no one's going to ask me, I might as well tell you what we think. That was very nice that the Appropriations Committee has put $67 million for school marshals, those marshals being teachers or school personnel. It's funny how they found $67 million. There are 67 counties. My question is, do we get $1 million? I'm hoping that's a yes. I don't know how that gets split up, but I'm hoping that's a yes. So with that $67 million, they're going to arm 10 teachers, principals, staff people, whatever, per school. 137 hours of training, and for all that, they win the prize of a $500 bonus. That's about 20% of a head of department supplement. So, $500 for your life. Is that what that means? We teach. That's what we're good at. That's what we do. We're not marshals. Don't pin that on us. You have pinned a lot of things on us. The legislators have pinned a lot of things on us. We're mothers, we're fathers, we're psychiatrists, we're psychologists, we're social workers, we're food bank people, we're clothes people, we're book people, We are not security guards. And when somebody says, we want to give the gun to the teacher because the teacher loves their children, and we know they love them so much they throw their lives in there, what you're really saying is, I'm easing your conscience. Because when we have a complex problem, which this is not an easy solution. This is a complex problem. It's real easy to say, give it to the teachers, and then I feel good. I did something. So the next time a Parkland happens, those legislators can sit there and say, we did something. We armed teachers. And when I chase that person down with my .45 and my 20 kids following me, because who's taking care of them? Because I can't leave them alone, because Mr. Davis will fire me, so they got to come with me. Doesn't it sound stupid?
It's not funny.
And that's what the CCA says. This is a stupid idea. Please tell those people in Tallahassee that we are not going to sit a .45 against an AK-47 or what the heck it is.
AR.
Okay, AR-15, okay, which I bought sneakers for the social workers today in the equivalent of AR-15 money at Dick's today, because I'd rather give all those sneakers to those social workers than own an AR-15. Please tell them the teachers say no. Thank you.
The next speaker is Teresa Dixon, the assessment update. You've got big shoes to follow, lady. Are we going to make a list too?
No, not, I don't have any paper for you, and I apologize for that. If I'd known everybody was bringing notes to give to the board, I would have brought some, but I didn't have any to give today. I've been busy testing. Anyway, I just want to say, on testing, I will mention that, we tested 633 students today at Ridgeview High School.
Wow.
So we're getting it done, trying to do it quickly and efficiently, and I think we did a pretty good job. But let's go back to, I met with Terry Roth recently, talking about the allocation cuts. And I am concerned about some of these cuts to the support positions. She very eloquently went through everything with me step by step, and was very gracious to work late with me to help me understand these numbers. And it's my understanding that we're going to be losing better than 50 positions for support. Most of these positions are going to be in the field of teacher assistants. Some of them are attributed to unfilled positions that have been frozen, unable to fill some of those. Some of the cuts are due to moving units, special ed units, from one location to another so that you can better utilize the staffing. I understand all of these. Some of these are losses that we feel like due to attrition will take care of many of these people. I don't think it's going to take care of all of them, and that is a big concern to me, but it will take care of many of them. But I want to caution you, it feels like so often as support that the budget is always wanting to be balanced on the back of support, and it hurts. We're your lowest paid employees, and it seems like the duties keep stacking up, and the pay isn't going where it needs to go. So let's not balance the budget solely on the backs of support employees. Honestly, support employees represent a great deal for the district. The duties that we perform, the jobs that are done by support employees, when you consider the jobs that are accomplished by support employees and the wages that are paid to them to accomplish those jobs, you are getting a grand bang for your buck. And I need you to think about that. Think about the cuts to the classroom assistants. And I want to stress that word classroom assistants. Think about what you're cutting, classroom assistants. What do classroom assistants do? Those classroom assistants, all these increases that you're seeing in your scores, your testing scores and things like that, your teachers are doing a great job of getting that information out, and those classroom assistants are doing a great job of working one-on-one and small group with students in the SIPS program and the LLI program, one-on-one working with struggling students. That's why you're increasing. It's that collaboration between the teachers and the support staff that are there to support the work of the teacher. So be very cautious what you're taking away. These classroom assistants, they're supervising your students for health and safety purposes. Rena, the person who's going to be watching those kids as the teacher's chasing them down with the .45, it's going to be the teacher's assistant in that room. Yes. So, they're doing a job working side by side with that teacher. They're the ones that are SCM certified, where many of your instructional staff are not. Who is going to be there to fill those roles? The teachers' assistants are supporting the teachers, again, I'll say, in all of their duties. That growth to the test scores can be attributed to the work in the classroom by the teachers and those teachers' assistants working side by side with them. And often, as I was listening to the nurses' presentation, there again, another support role. The nurses' presentation, often, we as support staff are asked to work outside of the scope of our job description, that other duties of similar or like nature or level is interpreted in so many ways. And the presentation by the health professional, Heather Huffman, that presented earlier, I found that very interesting because I've really questioned a lot of that kind of thing. And then I'll just close by talking about insurance for just a moment. Rena mentioned that the insurance increases are going to amount to teachers bringing home bringing home $34,000, reduction to $34,000 a year in their pocket. Well, that's going to mean $13,000 for your teacher's assistants. So let's think about all of that. Thank you.
Okay, superintendent's update and presentations.
Yes, ma'am. So tonight I have a number of things that I want to cover for us and for the community. The first thing is I want to talk about the school safety in Clay County, kind of where we are in reference to what we're doing to be proactive in order to protect our students and also our support staff and our employees and our administrators as well, and also our volunteers. Then look at Governor Scott's proposed plan for safety and security within the state of Florida and how that may potentially impact Clay County District Schools. Look at insight survey results and also provide some impact as it relates, some reflection as it relates to mid-year TREE 3000 and iReady data sets in order to share where we are as a school district. And moving forward, school safety. We know that in the horrific event that took place a couple weeks ago, we could never even dream or imagine that to happen within our school district. Therefore, we have to, as a school district, band together from a district perspective, a school board perspective, and also link with our business partners as it relates to our law enforcement and our teachers and our administrators in order to figure out what we can do to ensure that we have a safe environment for every one of our constituents and every one of our stakeholders that we serve. So I wanted to identify some things that we're doing in Clay County so that you could see that we are continuing to take proactive steps in our school district. And before I get into this, I want you to know there's a lot of stuff, if you're watching out there from the community or Facebook or online, there's a lot of stuff that we can't speak to about what we're doing in reference to emergency management and safety plans. And that's because things I may not mention tonight, please don't take that as if we're not doing them. But we have to make sure we protect our policies and our procedures internally, just in case we're forced and exposed to an undesirable incident within our school district. But we're making sure that we increase visibility and accessibility to law enforcement. As I said in a press conference last week, with the board and so many educators behind me and partners, that we have worked continuously with the Clay County Sheriff's Office, the Green Cove Police Department, the Town of Orange Park Police Department, to make sure we have greater visibility. As you know, the funding source from Safe Schools allows us to have only a percentage, a certain pocket of money to allow us to put resource officers in our senior high schools. But please know that we have aspirations to make sure that extends throughout every school within our school district. But nonetheless, you'll see a heightened awareness, and you'll see circulation of law enforcement throughout the day at our schools as we continue to have those proactive rounds. Also, we also have a standard operational procedures plan for any event that we may be exposed to, that our administrative staff and teachers are ready and prepared. We will continue to go deeper in our professional development to ensure that. In our school district, we have all schools have a color-coded emergency flip cards that they can revert to or reflect to and review. If we're forced for some kind of weather condition, whether it be a fire drill or exposed to a trespasser, those types of things that are readily accessible for our administrators to take immediate action, almost like a cheat sheet. In addition, we require monthly and continued fire drills, lockdown drills, and weather drills within our school district. A number of our drills continue to happen at the beginning of the school year and throughout the school year, and we will continue to get better as we grow and work to develop greater plans. We also have, we utilize a visitor management system in every one of our schools with Raptor. We can make sure that anyone that darkens our doorway, they are, as a volunteer or a parent, they are screened from an identification standpoint in order to protect our teachers along with our students as well. And we also we are currently leveraging the behavior and mental health specialists and supports within our school district. This is school psychologists, school social workers, school counselors, Clay Behavior, and outside wraparound services to address students with undesired behaviors within our school district every single day. And then additionally, we have schools that have been directed to lock all of our doors internally and also externally, and also make sure that all gates and we close off all access to our facilities to ensure that we protect all. And for those of y'all who are out there, I sent an email communication that states this clearly, and that should be done, and we should take ownership within our school district. In addition, we also continue to use a variety of monitoring with security and personnel in order to make sure that we have proper preventions within our school district. As it relates to the Governor Scott's response to what happened in Parkland, the proposal was to add $400 to $500 million into education to better provide supports within our state of Florida. This will include adding the Office of School Safety of the Department of Education to look at internal plans for us to have directors to provide ongoing professional development supports. This plan also adds resource officers to all of our schools, which is a celebration. In addition, it offers Florida Sheriff's Marshal Program, as Ms. Paiva spoke to about. And from my side, and we've had a conversation, Ms. Paiva, but I have not engaged the board in this conversation. I do not believe the solution is to arm teachers. The solution is we should be arming teachers. We should be arming teachers with more money. We should be arming teachers with the inspiration to teach our students every single day. And I do not support the fact that is an avenue in which that we should even entertain in our school district. Teachers have so much to do every single day: plan, dress classroom management, teach content, small group, analyze data, differentiate instruction. There's so much going on in their classroom, but I think this is something we should not put on their plates. I am open, though, with having the conversation with the board and local law enforcement about looking at school-based administrators along with certain district administrators, along with linking out to operational teams as well. And these are operations teams who service our schools, who do not service or attend to kids, who can be an extra set of eyes if they're properly trained and approved by our board, and they're have the willingness to do so within our school district to extend additional supports. As it relates to expanding, this plan relates to expanding SEDNet services. We know how awesome that Kathy Lawrence does in our school district, so imagine that initiative to continue to grow is outstanding. And then also looking at increasing funds for mental health training, counseling, and screening processes for district in order to us to help. And also requires us to have hostage and active shooter drills on a semester basis so that we continue to understand the protocol. So this is we don't get all the $400, $500 million, but any bit helps. And I think that I'm excited about the first initiative of putting resource officers in every one of our schools, and also linking to hardening our school infrastructure when we look at whether it be metal doors, looking at bulletproof glassing in order to protect our students and also our teachers in our school district. Next is Insight Survey. Insight Survey came out, and this is a survey that I brought on board 15 months ago for us to get a scientific measure of how well that our school district is doing. And this is linked to the voice of our teachers. And I knew that if we can get, and I say teachers, these are teachers who have a full slate of classes within our school district. I know that this is a proactive strategy for us to really identify what's working, what's not, and what we can do differently within this organization. This survey is basically a tool to gain feedback from our teachers in order to help principals set priorities and create an instructional culture that is desirable for all. And what we do is we survey our teachers, we obtain the feedback within a month period, we extend that feedback in an individualized report to every one of our teachers and every one of our leaders, and then we start to talk about best practices and identify proactive steps of what we need to address as we continue to have a necessary environment that is safe and respectful for every one of us in Clay County. As relates to what that survey looks at, it measures so many different components related to professional development, evaluation, student growth, instructional planning, peer culture, and it looks at learning environment. So there's so many facets it looks at so we can have a better understanding of what's going on in our school so a leader can have self-reflection of their work. And of those domains that we are assessed on or our teachers are looked through, there's 3 really major domains that are pulled out that gives us an Insight Index score that allows us to have a national comparison and a district-wide comparison by looking at, is my school committed to improving instructional practice? Do we have high expectations and are they clearly defined for every teacher within the school district and in my school? And do we have a common vision of what excellent instruction looks like within our school district? And that defines what our Insight Index score is for each individual school that allows us to have that instrumental measure. And we look at those measures, you may say, why do we do that? We give the survey so that we can measure the Insight information, we can assess what our needs are, we can get into plan with teachers to figure out what our priorities are, how we move forward, and then we can create action plans in order to draw supports from our practitioners in order to enhance the environment that we teach in and extend every single day. And that is a continuous improvement model that we continue to implement within this measure. One thing I want to say is that the Insight Survey allows us to identify best practices, so it gives us an opportunity to identify the top 25 percentile schools in our district and really take a deeper dive to figure out what are they doing in those schools that we can relate to other schools, so we can start to have a professional learning communication dialogue that centers around what are we doing for our learning environment, what are we doing for professional development, what are we doing for student growth, so that we can mirror those best practices in order to create and have a top quartile, ultimately that type of school district that we can be proud of, which we do have, and then be able to compare it to the national outlook. One thing I want to say, we were measured in 13 domains, and as you know, comparison to last year in the 13 domains that we were measured in, we only moved the needle in 7 of those domains. This year, in one calendar year, we moved in every domain compared to last year, which is a celebration of the hard work that our teachers and our district and our administrators are doing. I am most proud of the fact that we moved greatly in the area of observation and feedback. We saw a 0.5 increase, and we've been working rigorously with our administrators on how not to be subjective when they go into classrooms, to provide analytical, direct feedback for our teachers in order for them to enhance their craft. And as you can see, our Cultural Insight Survey made a giant leap from 8 to 8.5, which is significant. An annual Insight Survey, the average annual year's growth is defined as 0.25, and as you can see, as a school district, we doubled that in 1 year, which is great work from our district. Also, I like to also look at our national trends, and looking at nationally, out of the 13 domains, we outpaced the nation in 12 of the 13, and the only area that we didn't outpace the nation is the area of compensation. I will say that the board has taken an awesome step in moving us in the right direction with having a better attractive compensation package for all of our employees, and we will continue to address that as we move forward in the coming years. Lastly, or not lastly, but in this side, I wanted to show the gaps. In the orange cell is the top quartile schools, and the blue cells are our district averages. And I just wanted to show you where we had gaps as relates to the entire district in all the major domains. Two areas that we had significant growth were instructional planning and academic expectations. We closed the gap in those two areas compared to last year, but there are two areas we have to get better on moving forward in the 18-19 school year, and that is in our learning environment. We see a great separation from the district average to our top quartile schools, so we got to figure out what are they doing to gain access to our learners. And the same thing is, even though we made great movement in observational feedback, there's still a big gap as relates to what our district average is related to what our top quartile schools are doing within the school district. So those are two areas we'll continue to focus on as we continue to lead and get better in that area. I always do champions of change, and I'm going to come down here to acknowledge the top quartile schools in the school district. So as I call your name, please come up and be recognized for your hard work in this organization. So sorry, I could have kind of did my presentation from here, but every year we get, in the second year, we've identified individuals that have been top quartile leaders in the school district, and I say that from a school, which means that their school district has been extremely solid. So when I call these individuals up, this is about leadership. This is about creating access to our teachers. This is about building a system of care within our schools. So when I call your name, please come up, and thank you for what you do every single day, and thank you for being the leaders in this organization. The first one is Angela Ward at Argyle Elementary School. Second is, every year keeps making it happen, Mrs. Carol McCullough at Orange Park Elementary School. And these two you only get 10 points. 10 points is a scale, and 9.9, so awesome. Thank you. Thank you. At my last principals meeting, I asked them both that they take the survey themselves, but just kidding. I know, multiple times. Keep sending those emails that aren't for me. They're not for me. Also at Patterson Elementary School, Mr. John O'Brien. New to our school district is a principal at Flumen Island Elementary School, and that is Miss Jennifer Collins. At Shadowlawn Elementary School, Mrs. Nancy Crowder. School counselor. At Keystone Elementary School, Mrs. Melanie Sanders. At our new school, at Lake Asbury Elementary School, awesome chorus tonight, and then Mrs. Tiffany Outman. At W.E. Cherry, Mrs. Angela Wilden. Sorry. Gotta get that approved. Sorry, thank you for what you do, man. Mrs. Lana Racine. Play virtual. Also at Montclair, Mr. Bill Miller. I'm going to accept this on his behalf. But again, let's give a round of applause for our champions of change this month. Thank you for what you do every single day. Hard work at every one of our schools.
Fear the unknown. No, I'm fine. I'm not gonna let anything upset me. Whatever.
I got a lot going on tonight. A bunch. I'm gonna get my money's worth tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, he is taking executive privilege here.
That's
He's got a
right.
bunch more.
Right. There's a lot of stuff going on in this district, and we're going to celebrate it every time we get to.
Okay.
All right. We also is this. We want to see there's growth. There's tremendous growth within our schools. Even though these individuals may not have been identified as a top quartile school, these 10 schools had the greatest growth in our school district. And I said 0.25 is considered an annual growth, and you can see the great things. And of these, of the 10, 5 of these were new placements of principals over the summer, which shows that leadership does matter. And thank you for these individuals as well. As you can see, significant growth in the area of Argyle Elementary School, and then so much growth at some of these schools. So this is just hard work of our leaders and them working connected to our teachers and our support staff every single day. So these individuals I acknowledge as well. As relates to mid-year data, we spent a lot of money on supplemental resources for our school district, and I will say that, it's not about, buying resources to get kids ready to take an assessment. This is not what we do every single day. My job as a school leader is to not prepare students for an assessment. My job is to make certain that students are prepared to compete, not only at a local level, but at a national level, and also, within the world. I encourage everyone to go read a book. It's called The Smartest Kids in the World. And you will see in that book, it shows the United States is so far beyond being one of the top educational practitioners within our country and also throughout the world. You would see that South Korea, Finland, and Poland Poland are the 3 that continue to drive the work. So my job as superintendent is to be able to make certain that we put materials in front of our kids every single day in order for them to be successful at grade level and also through enrichment activities. And then these are 2 of the avenues that help our students and help our teachers differentiate instruction as they have and lend to independent work. As it relates to iReady, we brought on iReady to do some K-3 work in reference to literacy. And I will say, I'm sorry it's small, but if you look at the grade levels K through 3, you see the first bar is, the dark blue bar is the winter January assessment, and the light blue bar is from the baseline. As you can see, in all these grade levels, you see a great significant movement in reference to our kids becoming proficient. And when we had great concern about whether or not kindergarten students are able to adapt, adjust, and work through it, we saw the greatest significant growth in kindergarten, where our students went from 30% to being on or above grade level to 76% of our students being on and above grade level, which means we saw a 46% increase. And we saw a 30% increase in first grade, 26% increase in second grade, and 20% in third grade. So from a K3 perspective from literacy, we see we're moving the needle and getting kids greater prepared to meet grade level expectations. As it relates to K-8 iReady Mathematics, we continue to see the same. As I said, the dark blue is our mid-year assessment. The light blue is our baseline assessment. You see there's great progression, and there's progression in every one of our K-8s in mathematics. You do see that there is marginal progressions in grades in 7th and 8th, and that's because we're trying to figure out instructional flow of how we infuse this technology and this platform within our school district. And then in addition, please know that not every one of our students in the grades 7 and 8 are using this model, because even though it goes to K-8 in mathematics, students who are taking Algebra 1 are not using this platform in order to them to be exposed to content, because it grades out at 8th grade. But you see, we're moving the needle as relates to K-8 mathematics. Some of the successes that we've seen is that through targeted instruction, K-3, 81% of our students have an average pass rate in elementary reading. As it relates to mathematics, 71% in elementary have an average pass rate. And we see that we have offered over 90 professional learning sessions to our teachers in order to have them identify what best practices are and how to infuse this in our classroom. And then we see that we are doing great things with incentives within our schools, and our leaders continue to provide proactive strategies to get our kids to be actively engaged and involved in that process. Areas of opportunity, we see the data. We're moving in junior high school, but we have to get better, and that's with having greater intense professional development and see where we have opportunities to implement within our content. And then also looking at how we can increase students to be motivated to use this before, during, and after school as well. And we see in elementary is the same way. What can we do to provide more accessibility, and how do we use our data to provide more analytics for small group instruction and self-paced for our kids? But all this to say is that this is showing we're moving. As it relates to Achieve 3000, this is a supplemental material we brought on board to help with literacy. We see that Achieve 3000 definitely helps us identify Lexile from a monthly basis, and we know that Lexile is linked to being able to identify where our students' comprehension reading level, and it looking at the length of our sentences. By measuring the length of our sentences, we know that a longer sentence is more taxing for our readers' memory, and it provides them with more complex structures. In addition, we know that Lexile is identified through vocabulary acquisition and uniqueness of vocabularies, in the sense that we know that vocabulary is the #1 measure of intelligence, and so it allows us to determine whether or not kids are able to read complex vocabularies and also complex structures. And I give you an example when I talk about vocabulary. Mr. Dagada, that's a nice tie, versus Mr. Dagada, that's an exquisite tie. So it just shows the variations of our kids' ability within range of content, and allows us to get a better understanding where our kids are academically. In the grade bands, we'll see that the baseline is in the blue for grades 4 through 10, and the red is our mid-year. We have moved the needle, and this is through the hard work of our teachers, aligning it to content every single day to show our Lexiles moving. And then on the other chart, the next chart, it shows us that where our Lexile average gains continue to outpace what our annual Lexile gains are identified for annual growth, which continues to show that we are continuing to even double some of the grade level growth as it relates to Lexile within our school district. So some of our successes is that in 4-6, we have an average of 51 points moved in Lexile. We see 98.4, 75% or higher. Our students are scoring 75% or higher on their first try, and which is 98%, which is significantly high. How do we get better? We only have, as looking at this data, it tells us that 30% of our students in elementary are college and career ready. I think that's a celebration right now, it's really early, but we still have ways to go. And then if we look at it from a 7-12 perspective, we still see increases in the points and also the number of the first tries, how our students are being ultimately successful. And this is also linked to area of opportunity to make certain our kids are prepared and ready. And that's it. That's a lot, I know, but I have a lot to cover. That's my all-time record.
Can you send a copy of that
Absolutely.
to the board? Thank you.
I'll send that to everybody.
Because some of those numbers, it was kind of hard to read. Okay. That's it?
Yes, ma'am.
What
Thank
about
you.
all that?
No, that's all my other notes for other stuff.
For what?
Never know.
For later?
I'm prepared.
Oh,
Right.
okay, you're not, okay. I thought we were going to have to go through all that, too.
I can if you want me to.
No, please. Let me get my computer started back again. Before we get to the discussion agenda, if you will allow me, I want to tell you about my trip to Gainesville. You had asked me to report back to you about the insurance meeting. There were 6 of us from Clay County who went over to Gainesville, and we met with representatives from the Alachua County School District, and also there was a lady there from the Bailey Group. Now, a few interesting facts that I just want to tell y'all about that some of them almost blew me away. All right, they are self-insured. They provide $62.80 for each employee, where we are doing $51.69. They have 2 insurance plans in Alachua. I'm going to leave out some of the little nitty-gritty things. I found out that you have to have money in the amount of 2 months of claims to even start the self-insured process, and that would mean, according to Mrs. Gann, $2.5 to $4 million. That's just you've got to have that to even start looking at going self-insured. So, one thing that was interesting in Alachua was in their fund balance for their general fund, they have 11.5% fund balance. Wait, I'm going to shock you now. They have an insurance fund balance of $12 million. That's two different fund balances, one for insurance, and I thought y'all might want to hear that. They have automatic steps in Alachua County. They have one union for all employees. And I thought this was interesting. Their starting salary is $36,216, but there's no cost for their health insurance. Ours is $38,000. Our employees pay $2,400 for insurance, so that's $36,600. So, you know, that we're close, really, on the starting salary. But I absolutely could not believe what they have in their fund balance and an insurance fund balance, and then to find out that we need between $2.5 and $4 million before we can even begin the process. And them having two plans, that was different, and is there anything that y'all would like to ask me? I wrote pages of notes, but some of it is just busy stuff. Anything that y'all would like to know? Because if I can't answer it, I know Ms. Gann can, and I saw her in the audience. Anything? And if you want to know more, please inquire of Ms. Gann. She knows her insurance, I'm telling you. But that's kind of what I got out of it. I came home and I kept thinking. In fact, I think driving home, I called Ms. Gann and I said, how much money for that 2 months of claims? $2.5 to $4 million. I says, I'm driving along thinking about this. But it was an eye-opener for me to go and listen to them talk about how it is over in Alachua.
Is Alachua about the same size as Clay?
Alachua,
Student-wise?
They
Through the
are,
chair.
excuse me, go ahead.
To the chair, they're very comparable to us. Very comparable.
Let's see. They have 4,000 employees. We have, what, 5,000 or close to 5,000?
Through the chair, we have about 4,700.
4,700, so, and they have 4,000, so they're a little smaller than us.
Did they talk at all about how long their process was? I thought that April Griffin had, one of their school board members had told me that they planned for about a 6-year process to get self-insured. Did they talk at all about that?
I don't remember. Ms. Gann, do you want to address that?
3 years?
3 to 4 years. It's not something you can do overnight. That's one thing I wanted to impress upon y'all, is that we certainly are lacking funds right now.
But it goes back to what Ms. Paiva was saying about a roundtable discussion.
Right.
About discussing what are our goals, what do we want to accomplish.
Yeah.
And making a plan so that we can meet those goals.
And I think we need to, honestly, I think we need to have a meeting about insurance. For one, to talk to us about fully insured, self-insured, the pros, the cons, the ins and outs of it, so that we're all 5 of us are on the same page. I think it would be very helpful to really look at all of the aspects to this. And so at the end of the meeting, perhaps we'll talk about something like this. So y'all remind me not to forget that. But I just wanted to kind of tell you what I got out of my head was just like, you've got 2 fund balances? Yeah. So, now, On D1, increase employer contribution for 2017-18 health insurance benefits, submitted by Ms. Karakas. Before I turn it to Ms. Karakas, I do have two cards on this item. Jennifer Burkhart.
My name is Jennifer Burkhart, and my address is on file. I really don't know what more can be said. I just felt it was necessary to impress upon the board that I do feel it is vital that there is an increase in insurance that's contributed. Both my husband and I are teachers, so we don't have an option of utilizing any other insurance. So we have to go through the school insurance. I've looked at outside insurance, but it's astronomical, but actually it's comparable to what I'm currently paying. So I would be switching insurance and paying the same amount. So, I mean, I don't know how much more I can say this. I have to use the school insurance. It is essential. I appreciate the raise. I greatly do appreciate it, but I don't want it to counteract the fact that the insurance is increasing, and I had no other option but to use it. And we have 2 children, so, I mean, we're a family of 4. I know that if I had 6 more children, my insurance wouldn't raise, but the fact is I have to pay what I have to pay. And like I said, I just can't impress upon it enough that my raise is being counteracted by the insurance increase. I know I stood up here in August prior to the retroactive increase in raise, and at that time, I was actually making less take-home money in August than the previous year because the insurance had increased so much. So now, of course, with the raise this year or next year, that's counteracted, but I've been told that we've been brought back at like a 29% increase when it was a 10% increase last year. So the increase in insurance keeps counteracting the raises, which is something we have not had in like 7 years. So when both you and your husband are teachers in the county, I love my job, I love what I do, but I have to be able to reasonably support my family in the process. So I just would like to reiterate, please come back with a raise with the insurance, so that way we can start getting to where we need to be, which is reimbursed for the amount of work we do put in. So thank you very much for your time.
Okay, and the next speaker is Christopher Trahan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chris Trahan, my address is on file. Pretty much I need to reiterate or second just about everything that Ms. Burkhart said. Your teachers, your employees, we felt the pinch at the beginning of this year when we were hit with the 10% increase, and now we're hearing talk of a 29% increase next year. The district has not contributed anything or increased their contributions at all in years. That increase is something that has been constantly pushed on and put onto the back of your teachers. We can no longer bear that burden. That is something that needs to be taken drastically into consideration. We are one of the lowest contributing districts in the state of Florida. Now, thank you, Ms. Karakas, for putting this on the agenda and opening up this discussion, because this is a discussion that should have happened a long time ago. This is a discussion that should have been brought up in bargaining. Instead, in bargaining, the contract we have was same old thing. So, please take a good, solid look at this and consider what this will do to your teachers, what this will do to help us out, because come next year, that raise that we've got for the next contract is not going to amount to much with a 29% increase looming on the horizon. Thank you.
Okay, I'll bring this back to Ms. Karakas. This was your item.
I'll move approval.
What exactly, how about explaining what you want to do?
Well, I think before we have discussion, we have to have a motion.
Okay.
So I move that we increase the employee contribution for the 2017-2018 health insurance benefits. That would be the remainder of this year by $100.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, second by
Thank
Ms. Condon.
So,
All right, now,
We've talked and talked about this. We've talked about it month after month, and we've just kept kicking the can down the road. And we've heard our employees come before us so many times telling us how much they're struggling. And think about it, 6 years ago, the retirement changed, and all of a sudden, everybody was now having to contribute to that too. And then you factor in the insurance that changed for every company, not just the school district. Our employees took a major hit, and we've not increased anything. And Ms. Gann, did you tell me it was 7 years since we've increased anything? So I just felt, we've got 8 pay periods left for the remainder of this year, and if we could do something. So we had originally, Ms. Gann had, and I'd just like to say thank you to Ms. Gann and Dr. Legutko for all the work that they did. Ms. Gann put this together for me to explain it. Basically, she spoke, I typed in the little box to have it word by word to make sure that I got it right. And what I'm asking is that originally I had said one of the models was $300 for the full year, and if we could just do the $100 for the remainder of the year. So she chose this chart, and it says, that it was originally designed by the insurance department. It was developed to show an increase of $250 per participating employee spread out over the entire year. Since we're down to just 8 pay periods, the recommendation is to give a $100 contribution per employee spread out over the remainder of this year. The cost would be $100 times 3,050 employees that are currently taking the medical plan. And that would equal $305,000. And the base contribution for the school board is currently $258.49 per pay period. This increase over the remaining 8 pay periods would increase our contribution by $12.50 per employee, which would bring the district's contribution to $270.99, which would equal up a total of $305,000 over the remainder of this year. This is just the remainder of the year. Just an FYI, I've already sent something to Mrs. Bush to place it on the agenda next month, that we have a serious conversation about what we do with our insurance for next year. And I've asked Mr. Dagger to look into the legalities as far as collective bargaining and that. So, can we actually have a serious conversation? And he'll get back and let me know, and I'll speak to Ms. Paiva about it also. But a roundtable is a great idea. I know that we all really care about our employees, and we understand how they're struggling. And so we do have to address what we do for next year. But for this year, if we can do this small little bit, I know it's not a huge amount, but I think any little bit certainly helps. So I'm asking the board to support me on this and to show our employees that we really care and that they matter to us. Wow, I'm hearing crickets.
I want to ask you something. So this is $12.50
Per
addition. So an employee who takes the health insurance would get $12.50 a pay period more in their salary.
Yes.
And the total cost is $305,000.
Yes. May I ask Ms. Gann a question? Ms. Gann, did I explain all that correctly? All right, thank you.
Anybody else want to say something?
I've got some
my
questions.
clock's ticking.
Or some comments, I
Okay,
guess.
Ms. Bola?
First of all, we have to realize that this is 8 pay periods. And come September, if I'm not mistaken, we are going to be going back to what everybody's been paying for insurance. There's not going to be, you say $12.50, that'll be taxed by 20%. That's a natural, and so, that's a generic look at that. So you're talking $10 per paycheck. That'll be a difference of $10 per paycheck. Okay, it's something. I'm not saying that it's bad. It is something.
I was told that on the 25 a month that you'd take 18 out, and it would be taxed, and you'd wind up with 18, so that's $9 a paycheck.
Right. So you're talking even
So $9, $10, yeah.
You're talking even less. I'm concerned about that October. I know that Ms. Paiva has already talked about bargaining, and these are just thoughts. These are just thoughts that have been running through my mind. We want to increase our fund balance so that we can get to be self-insured. To do this, we'll have to tap into our fund balance. And one of the biggest problems that we have had as a school district for the last number of years is that we've not followed a plan. We've set up a plan, but we've not followed it, and we keep saying, okay, well, we'll tap into our fund balance, or we'll need to tap into our fund balance for this and whatever. And there's a point where you have to say, wait a minute, let's look serious at this. I totally agree, however, but I'm looking at the cost of the differences in, for instance, just the choice plan from one year to the next. This year it was an increase of $18.22. So that sort of cuts that in half. For a family, I mean, yes, it's $9 and it'll buy a gallon or two of milk, and that's something. I mean, it's something, I agree. But it's going to be a pittance in comparison to what you guys pay as a family for insurance based on this information. So I'm sitting here feeling like I want to say absolutely yes, we want to do whatever we can for the teachers. And on the other hand, I'm sitting here saying, well, I need to be fiscally responsible as a school board member.
I'm feeling the same way, Ms. Bulla. Just impact for the amount of money that we're spending is my question. And is that, it was brought to my attention, I've been getting hammered with phone calls, emails, conversations. Everybody's concerned about school security right now. And for almost this exact same amount of money, we could pay to have school resource officers, I'm sorry, not school resource officers, but off-duty police officers. We could pay them to be at every single one of our schools for the remainder of the school year for almost this exact same amount of money. So I feel like this is a big decision. Personally, I'd like more time to weigh the options of what we could do. We talked about putting it in the fund balance and working towards becoming self-insured. I mean, there's so many, this is pennies to our employees, but this is a large portion of our fund balance. So this is tough, because I echo your sentiments. We have to do something about insurance. That's not a question. We have to do something. But is this the most impactful thing that we can do, is my question.
The alternative is to do nothing.
No, I don't think that's the alternative.
$12.50 a pay period. It's not a lot, you're right, it's a couple gallons of gas. We've had people come before us and say how they can't afford to buy gas to get to work. I mean, they are struggling. Not everybody's making $114,000 a year. We have employees making $16,000. We just heard Ms. Dixon before saying, $13,000 is what some of our employees are making. So this may not seem like a lot of money to some, but to others, every little bit helps. And like you said, you wish you had more time. We have talked about this all year. So I find that an excuse that doesn't pass, because we have been talking about insurance repeatedly. We've got to do something, yet we're doing nothing, and we're putting it off another month, and now we want to put it off until we bargain in June or whatever. So I'm just so concerned about it that I know it's not a huge amount, and I wish we could do, the whole amount. What is it, the 89 or whatever that amount is. We can't afford to do that.
Right. No, I share your concern, Ms. Karakis. I'm not suggesting that we do nothing by any stretch of the imagination. It's just, I'm not sure that this is the most effective way to work towards a solution for our employees. I think we can do better.
Okay, Ms. Condon?
Well, I mean, on the surface, I look at $305,000, and I agree it's not a huge amount. I would like to do it for our employees. My only concern doing the math is if you extrapolate it out. So, thinking about bargaining for next year, it would take, if we had a goal, which I'd like to have, of the minimum of the 6,200.
Right.
As at least we need to be where everyone else is at the minimum, I would think, across the district to be competitive. If we were to get there, it looks to me like if you extrapolated this increase out, it would take us like 65, 70. So my only concern, and we probably couldn't bear 65, 70 for an entire year. So that was my only feedback, was that, it looks like it's more, would we be taking, would we be telling our employees we can pay this much now, we can't pay that much next year? And I know that our employees have been more than understanding. Beyond that, I'm not comfortable saying a whole lot. I can vote on this because it doesn't just benefit me personally, but I do benefit from it because I take the insurance. I think I've said that publicly. So I don't want to say a whole lot more because...
And you can vote on it because it's more than 15 people, so you
Right.
have no worries there.
And I don't benefit personally, but
Right.
Singly, individually.
Well, I appreciate the feedback.
Okay, I'm torn on this. I'll be honest with you. I have gone back and forth in my mind. I think the teachers know I've always supported the teachers. I'll do anything I can for our support employees and our teachers. Getting $9 or $10 extra would be nice for the next 8 paydays you said. It's a nice thing to do. It's throwing something your way. You're not going to go on a trip with it, You're not really going to go to a movie. But let me tell you something. What I am struggling with is this is $305,000. This would help. We could do it and go on, and y'all will be happy with your $9 or $10 extra each payday. That's great. But here's the other side that is in my head. Would we be better off to take this $305,000 and start us a little fund balance in the insurance fund balance so that we can get going? I know from listening to this board, we are committed to do something about this insurance. Our insurance rates are ridiculous. When I first got on this board, we paid the employees. There was no cost to the employee. Look over the last years what has happened. It is out of control. I want it stopped. I think this board has absolutely committed that we are going to do something about this insurance. You can't stand it anymore. Our employees, because of the insurance, they make less. I mean, it doesn't make sense. It's crazy. So what I'm torn about is, I can very easily vote to spend $305,000. I guess Dr. Legucko's got that in her pocket somewhere. Yeah. But see, that's going to make our general fund balance go down. I
hate to put her on the spot, but maybe through the superintendent, do we know that amount? What the fund balance would be, where we are now and what it would be if we spent this?
What percentage, what is our fund balance now, and what would it be if we took $305,000 out of it?
So through the chair, right now, our fund balance is around 3.7. And I believe that every percentage in the fund balance is equivalent to around $2.5 million. So it would, Mrs. Dr. Legucko, is there a number that we could?
If we were to do this, it would reduce our fund balance to about 3.5%.
Mr. Davis,
yes.
I'm just interested if you have a recommendation on this item.
It's the problem is we deferred this for 9 years, and we're trying to find proactive strategies, and I've been problem solving for the last 15 months to figure out how I can help with insurance. Looking at, I know I put the supplements up for grabs for insurance. Tonight I'm bringing a TPA up for consideration, and for us, this board has to figure out what is your strategy. Is your strategy to Band-Aid in a sort, or is your strategy to have a long-term plan? and I've had conversations with, with each of you, Ms. Karakis, and I've said openly, if it's the will of the board, we will find out. I mean, we'll find it out, we'll find the money, and we'll get it done. You just got to figure out, what is your long-term goals, and if this is a part of it, and whatever you decide from a board, we will stand by. I will stand by. I will continue to find proactive ways to increase the reserves, such as I moved it from 3 to 4.28 in one calendar year. You just have to decide what is your aspirations, and I know every employee understands that each of us on this board is willing and ready, prepared to dive into it. But I can tell you, it's not going to happen next month. I'm not going to be able to tell you what we have in a budget for next year about what we can do for insurance. The goal, I love the fact we want to identify a goal and say, hey, we want to go all in. I came from a former district that I didn't pay insurance, and I was surprised when I came to Clay that I had to pay. So, I mean, I understand it. I feel it. I paid $65 today to go see a doctor. That was my copay. But so I feel it and understand it. So you just got to figure out what it is. We're looking to dive into it, and I will do what the board asked me to do.
So what I glean from that is, in your opinion, this feels like a short-term fix for a long-term problem.
It's definitely a long-term issue that we've got to dive into. And while the short-term will help our employees, and I want to help our employees as much as we can, the board has to figure out where you want to go with it, and we'll support it.
I have to say something. We seem to find the money for absolutely everything else. Anything else that comes before us, we find the money for. And this is such a small amount that I'm asking for, and our employees, I mean, I wish this could be so much more, but if somebody brought anything else up before us, Dr. Legucco would find the money, you'd say, we got to have it, it's the greatest thing in the world, we need this. Everybody would vote yes, let's move forward, and here we go. These are our employees. We have people leaving the district because, like you just said,
I agree.
The copay is crazy.
I agree.
The premiums are outrageous. You guys know firsthand, people can't afford it. So yes, maybe this is just a tiny Band-Aid fix, and we're not solving the insurance problem tonight, which is why we have to have a serious conversation about how we can increase the district's portion that is paid towards insurance for next year and every year thereafter. And if that means we don't purchase something next year that's on the wish list, then we don't purchase it. This is definitely a need and not a want. This, to me, is a need. And Ms. Gann, I'm going to ask you a question. Ms. Bola said that the premiums are taxed. Is this, I know it's only $12.50, but is it taxed this little bit?
It's not the premium that's taxed.
The increase that they will get towards their insurance?
Through the chair, Ms. Gann, can you please
Ms. Gann,
come up to the... I'm sorry, you got to be a team player, because I can't answer that question. I don't know the answer to that one.
For those who don't know, this is Sheila Gann. She is our insurance guru.
Our insurance guru.
The insurance deduction itself is a pre-tax benefit, but the increase that you're going to get in your wages will be a taxable increase, but not the insurance deduction themselves.
Thank you.
So the $25 would become about 18?
It goes back into your wages, whatever, because I'm going to up the board contribution and lower the employee's deduction, so that means they're going to get more money in their check, so that means you're going to be taxed on it. But not the deduction for insurance, only the increase in your wages.
And something else that Ms. Gann had advised me of, this being the first, the first paycheck coming up, that it wouldn't be processed. What was the date you said that it would be seen in an employee's paycheck? The increase, if we approve it tonight.
It would be, we're going to try everything. I've been working with Mike Hires to see if we can get this in on the March 9th paycheck, which is next week.
Right.
And we'll have a cutoff of Monday morning. So we'll be working, if you approve it, to try to get it in on the March 9th. But I want to caution everyone, if you remember, when we tried to do the $1.31 medical loss rebate, it took us 3 paychecks to get all that done because the system doesn't like it when we change stuff mid-year. But we are going to do everything we can to get it in on March 9th if you approve it.
And if not, then it would just be double.
Then it would do to the March 31st, and then I would just double it for one pay period. and reduce the other, and then it would go back to the right one on April 15th.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that.
Anything else?
All right.
Madam Chair, if I can,
Mr. D'Agata?
so I just want everyone to know, and in fact, you may want to rephrase the motion before the board. This is fixed by the collective bargaining agreements. The amount of $258.49 is fixed. It's been recognized by everyone here, even the attachment notes that. So I would encourage the board, if it is going to go forward with an increase, to basically move to authorize an MOU,
Right.
which increases by $100 per employee for the remainder of 17,
That has to be in the motion?
So I think that is the appropriate thing to do, and we're talking about timing here with Ms. Gann. I believe that it was even noted during the workshop that the union would contemplate an MOU as well.
Mrs. Stutter, does that need to be in the motion, the MOU, or is that just something that we instruct the superintendent to sign after the fact?
Do we need to put
Yeah.
that as part of the motion,
part of the motion.
Mr. D'Agata?
I do think you need to make it part of the motion.
Okay.
And really, I'm just looking at the screen right now. It reads, motion to increase employer contribution by $100. We all see that. What I would do is a motion to authorize an MOU to increase employer contribution. Use the same language there. And the reason that I'm saying that here is that your collective bargaining agreements actually state the amount, and it actually says any increase in the school board's contribution to the insurance premium shall be effective only upon ratification of the contract. It's contemplated that and I believe that you have historically entered into MOUs to make such changes.
We have, but it's not something we've ever put in a motion, so I didn't realize that was required.
Okay, Mr. Davis?
No, I was going to make certain that the $100 was for individuals who are receiving.
medical.
Okay, yeah, just want to make sure we're good.
Yes, it's
Okay.
the medical plan, Plan A, right.
Okay, any other discussion?
Because that's not in the motion either.
Let's talk about this a little bit more.
Can
If we do it, it's $305,000. If we don't do it, we would leave our fund balance at 3.7. In my heart of hearts, I mean, I don't mind, I mean, I can vote for this. I'll go along with whatever y'all want to do. But in my heart of hearts, I really, really, really want to do something big for our insurance. I think the commitment from the board is that we're going to do something big with insurance, and I'm determined that we're going to do something big to help our employees on insurance. I'm just not sure that, giving them $10 a payday for the rest of the year is the right thing, or should we think about that $300,000 going toward something big?
I've wrestled with the same thing.
It's hard.
It even occurred to me, could our employees file an unfair labor practice against us because they could say we didn't bargain in good faith, because if we have the $100 for the remainder of the year now, we should have bargained that in. But then I went back and looked at my notes and realized that we didn't bargain insurance according to both, people who came up and talked at board meetings. I also feel like it's a gesture, that we're moving in the right direction.
It's a good gesture.
And I'll be honest with y'all, I hope we can find, we need to get up to the minimum of what the rest of the state's doing, and it was our fault, ours collectively, Clay County School District. It was our fault we got into the place we did with the fund balance, and we're all having to live with that. And people seem to forget that, that was many boards ago that voted to spend that money, and that gave big raises back in, I think it was 2009, something like that. So, that's frustrating now that we don't have that money, because then economic downturn, all we know, that rest of that story. I don't I sat in that one insurance committee meeting. They probably don't want me back because I was not very nice. And I was, it wasn't. Well, I was just pretty vocal about, so they act like it's no big deal. Oh, well, here's how you can change your insurance plan. You can take stuff out of it. That's basically what they were saying. You can lower the increase by taking stuff out of what you offer, or offering fewer plans, the 2 plans, raising deductible, raising out of pocket, raising, that's basically what I heard from that. And I don't know that we are going to get to a solution that's a good one next year. And I agree with you. I think we need to give something big to our employees, but it's a long term. That's why I asked about how long it took Alachua County to get there. If they have a fund balance of 11.5% and we have a fund balance of 3.5%, I mean, whether you say 3.7 or 3.5.
And that's one of the 2 fund balances.
Yeah, but stay with me. Okay, so they have a fund balance of 11.5, and it took them 3 or 4 years. We have a fund balance of, whether we want to call it 3.7 or 3.5, I was not a math major, but somebody can check me. That's about 1/3 of what their fund balance is. And so it took them 3 to 4 years. It could take us a decade.
We're years away from it, absolutely.
So I feel like, this is a gesture to our employees that we want to meet them. I struggle. I've struggled with the same things, but, I don't know the right answers.
So I'm hearing a lot of uncertainty, so I'll revisit my comments about tabling this until we've had time to thoroughly look at all of our options here. I mean, we've talked about roundtable discussions, we've talked about a lot of possibilities. Does everybody feel ready to make a decision on this tonight?
I am ready to make a decision, and I hope the rest of you are, to show that you support our employees. Tabling this is not the answer. We've kicked the can down the road repeatedly. We have to do something, and I know this is not a huge amount of money, but like Ms. Condon said, it's a gesture in the right direction.
We've used the term Band-Aid. We've used the term, we as a school district need to do some major changes in what we are doing.
Absolutely.
In that respect. It's going to take years. We know that.
Yeah.
This has been a really tough year for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it has.
This has been, I think back to right after Irma, and we had done a supply drive for Houston, and you opened up I'm looking at you, Mr. Davis, you opened up the supply area for our employees, and you saw how many employees came in. And it's a Band-Aid, I realize that, and I realize that it's only $10. I can think of many, many times in my life when $10 extra in a paycheck went a whole heck of a long way.
That's true. That's true.
And I know that making a decision between buying a gallon of milk or filling a prescription or buying diapers, I think is one of them that we also heard. It's a Band-Aid. And I keep thinking, no, we need to be fiscally responsible. And yes, I do want to start saving towards a fund balance that we can truly lean on for our insurance and for other things. But this has been one long, difficult year for a lot of people. And that's what keeps entering into my mind. And I believe that I'm ready to make a decision.
Ms. Sutter, I'll amend the motion when you're ready.
I want to ask Rena Lee Paiva and Teresa Dixon to come up to the podium.
Yeah, I'm going to amend it.
While they make their way, putting on the parliamentarian hat, we will need to consider whether there was a motion to lay it on the table. That would take precedence over the main
No, there
I didn't
wasn't.
make a
She
motion.
suggested
Okay.
it, but she didn't.
Just wanted to point that out.
Right.
No, we had a motion and a second on this item. Is that what he's talking about?
But
Yeah,
I'll
we-
need to amend it.
Yeah, we'll go back and amend it if that's the case. I want to ask you two, because y'all know I support you, and you're members of your union. How important is it to you to get $10 a payday for the last 8 paydays, or how important is that to your people?
I think it's very important to them. I think you're right, it is a gesture. But I am so frustrated with hearing every year since 2010, that 2011, that was the last year, Sheila, that we went up to what we are now, and never hear anything but status quo. And these people are frustrated. I think, everybody, the employees are frustrated. That might mean nothing to you, but that $10 just is meaningful to us. And Alachua County's been self-insured for 4 years. 4 years. I don't know if they talked about it, but you don't need that 2.4 million and 2.4 to 4 million in a fund. You need 2 months of premiums, that you can guarantee premiums. But that doesn't mean it just sits in the fund. There's no fund for it. It doesn't sit in, because that was our misunderstanding before. And I arranged that meeting in Alachua County. That didn't come from this district. That came from the CCA. So we went there to their union office, and Gunner, who is the chairman of the board at Alachua, was the head of Alachua Union, and he's the one that introduced this self-insured, the whole concept. So they put it out there, they funded. So in 4 years, their fund balance was $14 million. It's $11.5 million because they gave a raise, another raise. They had 2 raises this year. They took $2.5 million from their insurance fund balance and gave a raise in December of 1.4% on top of their 2.5% that they gave in the beginning of the year. But it has to be the contribution of the board. You have to have a minimum of $6,200 that you're contributing per employee. So that's what you got to find. And I guess my frustration is, I heard this before. When we got Kelly Services, we were saving $800,000 for insurance. We never saw the $800,000. So when Mr. Davis brings to me, I can cut department heads and get $700,000, it'll go towards insurance. Don't blame us for being skeptical. Because where's the $800,000 we were supposed to save from Kelly Services? Ms. McCabe sit here and Mrs. Adams sat here and said that.
I thought that was cost avoidance that we would have had to pay.
And the meeting with me was, it was saving $800,000 and we can put it towards insurance.
Okay.
So that was my understanding.
And that predates me, so I didn't know, but.
Yes, and that was our understanding. So, when do you do it? All you do is talk about it. Do something and let them see. That's my opinion. Go ahead.
Okay.
And I'll just reiterate, $10 doesn't seem like a whole lot of money. However, I can guarantee from the support perspective, it means a lot. It's a gesture, it's a move in the right direction. It will mean a lot. It will mean the difference of employees feeling like the board is in their court working for them and not always more against them.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Can
I just want to
Madam
know
Chair?
how important it was for you, and thank you.
Could I ask
Ms.
them a
Condon-
follow-up question
Ms.
on
Condon
that?
has a question for you.
So hypothetically speaking, because we haven't gotten to the budgeting process for next year, but we kind of know where we're heading, nobody in Tallahassee's talking about huge windfalls, except for maybe with safety and security, but aside from that.
Except for the 60s.
I'm skeptical because I'm waiting for them to come back and tell us what they're going to cut. because we're still going to get the overall same pot of money, I'm suspicious of. But at any rate, so my question is, in the event that when the board is presented a budget, when Dr. Legutko and Mr. Davis go and their teams go to put together a budget, if they can't find a way toward that 6,200, but we've done this with the 300,000, are we still going to be at great odds? Do you understand what I'm trying to ask?
We revert back.
I don't mean revert back to that, but
My opinion, and Ms. Gann and I have had this conversation, until you get to $6,200, you can't even consider self-insured.
Okay.
That is the minimum threshold of self-insured.
Okay.
Instead, we're going to chase a tiger down the road, which is insurance companies. And, you know, as Ms. Crane stood up here and proudly said, they're in it for profit. You know, I sat next to you in that insurance meeting, and I shared with you because they were like, it was like nothing to them, and we're like heart-wrenched, you know, do you know what that means to our employees? And United Health just sat there and went, well, if it's not 29 and you throw another, you get rid of this plan, the deductible is going to go up to $13,000 in one of the plans.
What?
One of the proposals.
One of the proposals. All four of those proposals, I hated, and I think you hated them too. All of them were bad news. They were all bad news. And I'm so frustrated because, you know, we have to find something to get money from that is not employee-related, not people. As Mrs. Adams used to say, we're a people business, not people. So if we have to sacrifice something, it has to be not the people. And right now, we've been sacrificing the people. We have our priorities all wrong. So, you know, that $10 is just $10. It means nothing to me. I was in Dick's Sporting Goods having a ball today. It means nothing to Renly Piva, but it sure the heck means a lot to the people I represent. Thank you.
Okay, let's bring it back to the board. Any other comments?
I'm ready to amend my motion if you're ready for it.
Okay.
All right, I will move to amend the motion to read, authorize an MOU to increase employer contribution by 100 per employee for the remainder of the 2017-18 school year, and this is for the medical plan A.
Okay, and are you good?
I'll second.
Okay, so we still have a motion by Ms. Kirikas and second by Ms. Condon. I didn't have to rewrite that. Okay, any further discussion? You know, in listening to all this conversation, and I got to thinking about when I was first married, and I got to thinking, you know, money was tight, and I remembered thinking $10 would have been a whole heck of a lot, and we have employees who are making so little for what they do, and you know, it's a Band-Aid, but it's a good gesture, so I'm going to support it.
So how about we take a vote?
Okay, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Motion carries 5-0. Good enough.
I would just like to say thank you to all five of you, or all four of you, for supporting this. This means a lot. And
It helps for us all five to talk this thing out.
Thank you. Thank
It's
you for the
good,
support.
because it makes you stop and think. I have gone back and forth in my mind.
Absolutely.
So I'm good.
Madam
Okay.
Chair, could we also put on our list for the end of the meeting to set a workshop to come up with a plan? Because we need a long-term vision, and I think it's appropriate that we give that vision to the superintendent and his staff prior to budgeting process, so that we're not always going back.
We're always reacting instead of
It
proactive.
needs to be a workshop where it's not just, you know, us. We need to have the input from Ms. Dixon and Ms. Piva. We need to let them be a part of the conversation.
Yeah.
They represent everybody that this really affects.
We'll talk about that when we get to the end of the
All right,
meeting.
thank
Good
you.
idea. I want to ask y'all something. The D2 item has been deleted from the agenda, but we had 6 cards who came, who wanted to address it, and since it looks like it's going to come back next month, since these people took the time out to come, would it be okay with y'all if we go ahead and recognize and let these people speak? It might help us for next month. Okay? Oh goodness. Raul Escamilla. I'm getting better. Don't. I can. Okay, I'm trying. Okay.
Raul Escamilla.
Escamilla.
It's close enough.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
So I'm not going to belabor the points on the lawsuit. Everything that can be said about how terrible this bill is has been said. I understand that it's a contentious thing because it costs a lot of money, and we really don't have much money. I mean, we don't have money to contribute much more to the insurance, and we don't have money to contribute to having a competitive benefits package. And so this is just more money that would be going out, solely for the advocating of public education, but whatever. My point is this: how much consideration have we given to other options? How much consideration have we given to drafting a proclamation to state where our board stands in relation to this particular bill? How much attention have we given to possibly directing our amazing school board lawyer to draft an amicus brief to go to the court to have our voices heard in some other way? There are other options that this board seems to be ignoring for the convenience of saying we don't want to make the legislature mad. We don't want to bite the hand that feeds us. We want a larger district to cover for us. We want someone else to advocate for our students and our teachers and our parents and our schools. And that's fine. I mean, you can't force somebody into a fight, but the very least you could do is debate other options if you're not willing to actually put some skin in the game. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Charles Walsh.
Evening. It's been a little while since I've been here, and I don't know, things have happened. We recreated Dayton, Tennessee in 1925. That was an impressive thing to see on the internet. We've also seen a process of evolution as far as stances on beliefs as to what was voted on before. And from the first vote about the lawsuit to the second vote, not much happened. Not much really happened. There was a dangling of some silver, I believe. And that was about it. Since that vote, something has happened. And it's been repeatedly mentioned tonight, time and time again. Whether we like it or not, our society has changed. In this last incident, the kids at Stillman Douglas have changed the way we do things. Our priority belongs with those kids. I'm sorry to say it, the allocations don't matter anymore. They're already irrelevant. The information we got there was based on numbers. We see those numbers as human beings. We see those numbers as kids. And you just can't say, here's one kid, here's 20 kids, well, 25 kids, here's one teacher. We can cut a guidance counselor, we can cut a social worker, we can cut a nurse, because the numbers, they're not numbers. They're kids. They're human beings. And they are not going to put up with much of this anymore. Why were the kids at Douglas Stillman so good? They have a debate program and a forensic program from middle school through high school. One of the topics this year was gun control. They have a very, very active newspaper in that school, as well as a television program. Those kids are reporters and writers. So when the time came for them to stand up, these are thinking, articulate kids. We don't have those things. What are we producing? We're selling our kids short here. So now we're willing to back off on taking on our state legislature, who comes up with $67 million for arming teachers, which is probably the most ridiculous idea I've heard. And with that bunch, it's tough to get a top ridiculous idea. I mean, they work very hard at that. Time's running short. Budgets reflect priorities. Character is what you do when no one is watching. And I have to say now, actions define our values. What are our values? We got a mission statement, but what are the values of our organization? Do we respond to the 30 pieces? Or do we take care of our kids? And that's really all I had to say about it. And I guess looks like I'll have another chance in a month. So we'll see where it goes.
Okay,
So-
thank you.
Night.
All right, David Campbell. Is Mr. Campbell still here? He probably left because he thought, okay. All right, next is Christopher Trahan.
You love putting me behind Dr. Walsh, don't you? For the record, Chris Trahan, and again, my address is on file. I can honestly say, first off, I'm going to be wearing about two hats here with this. First off, thank you for the decision on the insurance. Okay, I can honestly say that I'm very proud of this board for doing that and reaching out to the employees and offering up that gesture. On a different note, though, unfortunately, I have to say that I've never been more embarrassed and ashamed of this board than the vote from last month to pull out of this lawsuit. I was actually almost tempted to go to Target and pick up a pair of flip-flops to hand over, because of the fact that 3 members decided to throw the teachers out to the cold by pulling out of that lawsuit. That law, that statute is a detriment to public education, and that is your responsibility. Your responsibility as the school board is to your public schools, not charter schools. It is to the public institution and to the teachers that function and work in those schools and that service the students in our classrooms. So, where are your priorities? Because obviously not many of us are going to be able to outbid the Senate or the senator that offered up the money for pulling out that. So, are you going to do the right thing and stay in the lawsuit, or can the votes be bought? Thank you.
The next speaker is Reese Phillips. Is Reese Phillips still here? Okay. And then the next speaker, Graham Yerka. Did he leave? Okay. All righty. That ends the cards. on that. Okay. Human Resources, Special Action A, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Have a motion by Ms. Condon, a second by Ms. Bola. Is that correct? Ms.
Yes.
Bola? Okay. Okay, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say no. Motion carries 5-0. Okay. D4 was withdrawn. D5, parental choice, developing a Montessori school within a school.
Move approval.
I'll second.
Have a motion by Ms. Condon, second by Ms. Karakas. Is there any discussion?
I'd just like to commend the superintendent for bringing this to us. It was one of the things that we talked about on our legislative priorities, and we're moving ahead with it, and it provides an option for parental choice. I think that there is going to be great demand. I think the biggest challenge you'll have are the parents who want it in other schools as well. But I just thank you for providing that choice.
And I'd like to say, thank Ms. Moeller for the package she put together. It certainly explained things better to me, but I'm still waiting for that performing arts school. That's my number one priority.
I wanted to thank Ms. Moeller also for the time that she spent discussing the Montessori program, and I wanted to thank Mr. Ivy. I went to Swimming Penn and had an opportunity to sit and talk with him about his process and what he went through to bring it to his school. Innovative, most definitely. Mr. Superintendent, kudos. Thank you.
I'd say ditto to all of that, and especially to you, Mr. Ivy, for being willing to try something new. I know it's difficult sometimes to get buy-in when we have change, and I think that really shows initiative in you as a leader.
Well, and I do too, Ms. Miller. Thank you for providing the information for us. I appreciate it. And are you in a goofy mood?
He doesn't have any candy.
I know, I usually bring jelly.
He's out of candy. That's what's going on over here. But I think it's exciting. I'll be the first to tell you, I've never been to a Montessori school, didn't know a thing about Montessori schools, but I feel like I am learning a lot, and so I think it's going to be successful. We will see how it goes, and good luck. Okay, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. 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 All opposed, say no. Motion carries 5-0.
Can I say something?
Yes, sir.
All right. Through the chair, I want to thank this board. I want to thank you for trusting me in this. I promise that this is going to be a great choice for this county. I agree with you, Ms. Kierkegaard. My love is for the visual performing arts. I'm ready to get it done, but I think this is a step in the right direction, and I agree. We have a leader that's hungry and ready to go. I think he's got a bright future, and he embraced it, and he wants to think differently, and I'm aligned with that. So I'm excited about what he can do for this community and what he's going to do for the school. Thank you, Ms. Moore. Ms. Paiva, Mr. Brodsky.
Right. As far as the Performing Arts School, that's my number one priority. You know that. We can't afford it. We've heard that before, too. But what if I said I'll just hang around and keep running for school board until we get a Performing Arts School? Will that spur you on? I want a Performing Arts School in this county. Doggone it, we can have a Douglas Anderson and a La Villa School of the Arts. Come on.
Well, and we're doing a school within a school. And if we could start thinking out of the box.
I know.
We need to think out of the box with insurance. We can think out of the box with that.
I just wish we had
a
a
thought.
$11-12 million fund balance. We could do great things. Okay.
And Dr. Kemp still has roofs that need repaired. And Dr. Kemp still has roofs that need repaired. Air conditioners.
Oh, dear. There's so many needs and wants from capital and operating, it just makes your head swim. But we'll get there one day, girls. Okay. Next, proposed allocations for the 2018-2019 school year. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Gilhousen and a second by Mrs. Bola. Oh, I do have comment cards. Hang on a minute. Thank you. It's getting late. You are right. Oh, in fact, we had a card on the Montessori school. Mr. E., did you want to talk about Montessori? We've already voted on it. I am so sorry. I forgot all about I didn't see your card here. But I'm going to give you a chance to speak.
No, that's fine. Roel Escamilla, I still live in the same place since last time. I think, therefore I am. So I'm going to be the gadfly to your Athenian celebration here. I understand that you guys are really excited about this Montessori thing. I think that's great. I actually like Montessori school. I wanted my daughter to go to the Montessori school in Duval. She didn't get the opportunity to do that. But I think it it is important to impress upon the fact that we do have roofs that need repairs. We do have air conditioning that needs to be repaired. We do have the insurance issue. We can't create a competitive package to actually hire qualified teachers. I'm a parent. I want my daughter to have the best teacher possible every single year she goes to Clay County Public Schools. And we can't say that we're recruiting the most capable teachers when we don't have the most competitive package. I think it's important that we note that we had a salary loop, a fairly large salary loop that didn't, and none of that money went to insurance. I think it's important that we point out that the contract didn't necessarily give the teachers everything they deserved. I think it's important that we point out the fact that this is an expensive program, and we could find money for that, but not for insurance, but not for a competitive benefits package. So while it's nice to celebrate and while it's nice to commend the hard work that went into getting this particular program, I, for one, know how expensive Montessori programs are. And so let's not also forget that that money is going on the back of teachers who are working multiple jobs to pay for insurance. Teachers who are spending out of their own pockets to supply their own classrooms. Teachers who aren't getting benefits that they deserve and they warrant and they have earned. And teachers who are leaving our district and we're not able to recruit competitively. So let's not forget that while we pat ourselves on the back about Montessori. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to catch up on D6. Don't say another word. I've got these cards, and I'm not going to forget them. All right, Christopher Trahan. Are you and Mr. E trying to one-up each other? You're having a big night.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think this is a record for me. So, for the record, Chris Trahan, and yeah, I don't think I've moved either.
You're still, okay.
I've got to say, I was a little shocked and confused when I first saw the numbers for the proposed allocations. I'm not going to speak quite as strongly as what my knee-jerk reaction was to it, but I do want to vocalize some concerns, especially when I saw some of the numbers with the allocations regarding ESE aides, the support staff there. Granted, I don't work in an ESE classroom, but my mother does. I hear the stories. There have been many times after a long day the two of us compare our battle wounds and our scars, and half the time with the conversation I look at her and say, "You win." Those teachers in those classrooms, those teachers in those ASD classrooms and those ESC classrooms and all those special needs, the only reason they're able to do their job is because they've got a support staff person right behind them. It's the only reason they can do their job. And I'm a little concerned if I'm reading the numbers correctly, and if I'm way off base on this, then I will completely take back everything that I'm saying right now. But I am concerned about seeing where I am noticing that those positions look like they're being reduced. Those ESC students, those special needs students, are probably some of our most vulnerable students. They need the service. Those ESC teachers, they have students that they spend part of the day, especially at the elementary level, they'll spend part of the day in the class with their ESC, with their special needs teacher. And then they may have an hour or so that they're in a mainstream classroom, a regular ed classroom. That aide needs to be there to help the regular ed teacher. That aide needs to be there to make sure that that student gets from point A to point B safely. If we reduce those support positions to such a low number, then we're putting not only those teachers at risk, but we're putting our students at risk. So I'm asking you, when you look at this allocation package, to consider this very carefully and take a look what the ramifications are going to be. Thank you.
Okay. The next speaker, Rochelle Matthews.
Hi, I'm Rachel Matthews. My address is on file.
Okay, thank you.
I'm a parent to two very smart, beautiful, caring, gentle children who have autism spectrum disorder. And I came here tonight because I heard a rumor, and I hope it's not true, that the allocation plan that's proposed for the next school year is part of a 5-year plan to move all of the self-contained ESE classrooms to a central location in the county. such a measure would have more legal and moral problems than I can possibly address to you in 3 minutes. So I'll just leave you with this for tonight. This measure is supposedly modeled after a similar program that was implemented in Duval County, a county that has been found by the Florida Department of Education to have violated the rights of special needs students on at least 3 separate occasions since 2014. A county whose graduation rates for ESE students are below ours, and a county whose academic achievement scores are lower than our own on every single measure. Why we would model any program after a county that we are outperforming is a mystery to every parent and teacher in this room. Taking away the ability to attend a school near home for students with the greatest needs for support is counterproductive and discriminatory in nature. The burden of travel time alone will eliminate the possibility for those children to continue extracurricular therapies and physician's appointments that we as their parents diligently take them to improve their outcomes. Every other student in the county has the ability to attend a school near his or her home. To deny a special needs student this right is unconscionable. Placing these students in a central school that will inevitably be labeled the special school, and I'm being nicer than most people will be, will serve to further isolate them and single them out. It's difficult enough for us to prevent these students from being bullied without having them further labeled and pushed aside by the educational leaders that are supposed to protect them. Terry Roth stated to one of us last week that the information we received is inaccurate, but she failed to follow through on a promise to meet with us and tell us the correct information. We are here tonight to extend an invitation to Mr. Davis, Ms. Roth, and any school board members that care enough to attend, to meet with us and tell us your intentions regarding our children. The county's overall plan should not be a secret, and parents deserve to be informed about your plans. We're giving you this one chance to openly communicate with us about your intentions before we take action. And we will not sit by while our children are made to sit at the back of the bus or some corner of the county. Thank you.
Okay.
Before we go on, Mr. Davis, could
Mr.
you
Davis.
address that before we go on?
Yeah,
I would like you to address that.
Yes, ma'am, through the chair. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I've saw Ms. Ross shaking her head, and
Yeah.
Mr. Davis, so I can tell this is a very emotional issue, and I want to try to help put your mind at ease.
Yes, ma'am,
go
through the chair.
ahead.
I have no idea what the 5-year plan is, so that's news to me. And we are not trying to model anything after any district, I mean, to the north of us. I can't tell you the success rates of the recent years of what's going on up in that school system, nor in reference to what they do, what services they provide to students, with any student in their school district in the last 16 months. I can tell you, though, from our side of it, what we're trying to do is provide greater services to kids. When you have 15, and I guess we're talking to sites. If you have 15 EBD sites, as we currently have, we have teachers teaching maybe three grade levels into one classroom, which means you need multiple assistants to do so. It is unfair to have a teacher to teach multiple grade levels in one setting with kids who have real intense needs. So what we're trying to do is to take 15 locations down to 11, openly and honestly, in order to provide greater services. So teachers can only have potentially one grade level, and be able to have one assistant in their classroom at minimum in order to provide services to the kids. If a student in any way, shape, or form needs additional services outside the scope of the one assistant, then they will generate it based on their physical or intellectual needs. We will continue to support that. We will never in our school district ever put our students at risk. So please know that from our side, we're trying to do better work versus to be spread out and have people traveling from school to school to school and chasing time in a car, versus having actual time for one single teacher to teach potentially one grade versus 4 grades in one classroom, and be able to have true work to move the needle for our students. As relates to support staff, I guess I can answer that later. Ms. Roth, I'm sorry. Would you like to come up and address anything? So all that's news to me. It's not my vision for the work. My vision of the work is to do better work with kids and to give teachers less of a continuum, a scope of work, and have really explicit content, grade level, and assistance in a classroom.
Before you start, Ms. Roth, Ms. Matthews, what school are your children in? Lake Asbury Elementary? Lake Asbury Elementary.
So where would we be intending to move those children?
Where would they be moved, Ms. Roth?
May I address those issues,
Through the chair, you
please?
go ahead.
I had a gentleman come up to me after Special Olympics last week and broach the concerns that you have articulated. He was going to email me some information. I did not receive anything. I'm not suggesting that he didn't. Sometimes things disappear in our magical cyberspace. We all know that. I am happy to talk to any family about the needs for their children, singly clustered, however. Whoops. There is no plan to take and center our children. So I don't know how many times to say that. That is not our intention. We believe very much in serving our youngsters to the extent that we can, close to their home environment. We certainly, however, cluster classrooms like we have at Lake Asbury, where we can have good distribution of the levels within the classroom and the needs within the classrooms. You'll see that we may have multiple clusters of programs on certain campus sites, again, to try and maximize, as Mr. Davis said, our resources as well as the family time, and not diverting from the after-school activities that you may have be involved with. We do have a plan to cluster, and Mr. Davis just discussed that, reduce by 4 the number of elementary sites where we're serving our students with emotional and behavioral disabilities primarily, simply because, again, I can only, with 2 classrooms, I can't do as much if I have 3 or 4 classrooms together on a campus. There is no master grand plan to try and reduce that. I really don't know where that stemmed from. I regret very much that this has caused you anxiety. I've tried to make myself very available and have never told anyone that we would not talk with you or follow up. So again, anything that I can do, you want to have a conversation with a group, I'm happy to afterwards, and your teacher has my contact information. She knows how to track me down. So really, we're looking simply to make sure that we're delivering the best services for our children, and that, I think, is what we have done in Clay County. Our numbers have always been, in terms of our reporting on the LA profile, our local education profile from the state, very good, and we're going to continue to do that.
Ms. Roth, let me ask you this. She said, as I understood her, she said she has 2 children at Lake Asbury Elementary, and they're in the autistic spectrum. Are there plans to move the autistic spectrum children to a different school?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Now, let me add a qualifier to that. I will never stand up here and say to you, 10 years down the road, 5 years down the road, we may not move some sites to better serve our children, but are we planning to wholesale pick up and move units from point A to point B? No, ma'am, that is not part of our plan.
Okay.
Our plan is to
Ms. Matthews,
service
I hope
children.
that makes you feel better.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of just speaking.
Sure.
We would still like to meet with you and discuss
And-
what exactly those 11 schools
Right.
are and what your plans are. I mean, you'll forgive me, but I learned when my kids were in kindergarten that I have to take everything with a grain of salt, and that if I don't fight for my child,
Nobody else will.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, I'm sure that Ms. Roth, Mr. Davis will be glad to meet with you. As far as the school board members, because this is something that will comes before the board, 1 board member should be there. We can't break the sunshine. Okay. So just pick your board member and invite somebody to come.
And-
Get Ms. Roth to help you.
And please know, sorry, and through the chair, you're not alone in the fight. We're going to fight with you. Trust me, okay? We're ready here and ready and available. Mr. McCauley?
Yeah, to the chair, and I apologize for jumping in. A couple of things I want the board to also be aware of. Through this redistribution of some of our self-contained sites. One of the primary reasons was to give teachers a little bit of a break in terms of the number of grade levels they serve, as well as give us an opportunity to put on most of these school sites a full-time site coach, which gives the school administration and the teachers basically that permanent presence to support the work through training, professional development kinds of things, assistance in the classrooms, et cetera. Ms. Roth and her team has looked at the way that assistants have been allocated throughout the district, and it was a pretty dramatic change, obviously, that you've had to look at. Some of that is just trying to clean up where some allocations never got cut after a unit moved or a teacher moved, et cetera. So we assure you that every school, every classroom, self-contained classroom at least, will have at least one assistant, if not more, based on the needs of the kids in that classroom. And Ms. Roth is planning for many of those schools to have additional assistants on site to act as like floaters, so that there's always somebody available to work with kids and teachers. The other thing, real quick, sorry, Ms. Bola, real quick.
No, I know, I just.
The idea of taking all of our students with disabilities and clustering them into a single site somewhere goes against everything that IDEA stands for. And in fact, we would get into a lot of trouble if we thought we wanted to do that. So we have no plans to create a center school. Some districts do that, but that's through arrangements with federal government and the way that they do that. We don't have that interest. We just want to better consolidate our students so that we can maximize the resources we put on top of them. Otherwise, we have people driving all over the district going from one school to another, et cetera. The last thing I will say in reference to the mom's comment about being a part of this conversation, Ms. Roth and her leadership team are preparing for us to have focus groups beginning in the spring to start looking at the way that we're serving students with disabilities, get their feedback, ideas on how we might get better at what we're doing, not with the intention of making changes for 18-19, but instead plan for 19-20, 20-21, so that we're always sort of continuously reviewing our work and getting better at what we do. So there will be lots of opportunities for parents to get engaged in that process.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Roth.
Thank you.
Good. You feel better? Okay, little bit. We're going to make it a big bit. Okay. All right. Allison.
Thanks for trusting us with your kids.
Excuse me?
I said thanks for trusting us with your
Hey,
kids.
you're right. Okay, Allison Lowens? Okay. Lowens, okay. It was right the first time. At least it's not Escamilla.
No. I am Allison Lowens, and my address is on file. I am Allison Lowens, and I speak for the technology teachers of Clay County. I thought it was worth reaching out to the board to let you guys know about the cuts that are affecting my Title I school, Clay Hill Elementary. The allocations for my instructional technology position are being cut in half next year. The position is going from 1 to 0.5, and it's going to be shared with Middleburg Elementary. Middleburg Elementary is also a full-time technology teacher for the 2017-2018 school year. I honestly do not know how a digital discovery school such as Clay Hill Elementary will be able to function with only someone there part-time. In the past, we have had one of our assistants dedicate his time to on-site technology issues. He was recently hired by the county, and that leaves me to troubleshoot Chromebook and other technology issues until our county tech can make it all the way out to our school. There is definitely a need for a school to have extra assistance with this due to students in grades 2 through 6 being one-to-one with Chromebooks. I have, so far this year alone, submitted 104 issue tracks for the teachers based on these Chromebook issues. As well as troubleshooting these problems, I have been teaching full-time. On paper, I'm an instructional technology teacher, but realistically, I am a STEM teacher. I supplement contact areas specifically science, in my lessons. Our 5th grade Performance Matters scores went from 55% to 70% mastery as a result of our science department's efforts. This was one of the highest averages in the county, and it was over the district average. I strongly believe that my resource class has helped our students make tremendous gains. I've also been focusing on 3rd and 4th grade fair game standards with the younger grades to help them prepare for these science assessments in the coming years. In addition to these science standards, computer science standards will also need to be taught in the general education classroom. As a former 4th grade science teacher, I had difficulty teaching my life science standards at the end of the year. If my instructional technology spot is cut, teachers in K through 2 will have to teach an additional 12 math standards, 7 science standards, 6 social studies standards, and 8 English language standards. Teachers in grades 3 through 5 will have to teach an additional 18 math standards, 16 science standards, 9 social studies standards, and 8 English language standards. Teachers in grade 6 will have to teach an additional 20 math standards, 20 science standards, and 12 social studies standards, and 11 English language standards. In addition to teaching 7 STEM classes a day, I am the CHE webmaster in charge of analyzing our Achieve 3000 reading data. I've also been covering iReady and other media duties when our Title I reading resource teacher has been out on maternity leave. You see, I honestly don't know how this position can be cut in half, and Clay Hill continued to improve to make the gains that we have this school year. I understand that cuts need to be made. I also know that everyone believes that their position is irreplaceable, but I'm sure we can agree on the importance of building a strong foundation of science at the elementary level. So I will leave you with this quote in honor of Dr. Seuss's birthday tomorrow. Unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. That was all the cards, so I will bring it back to the board for discussion. We have a motion and a second on this item, so any discussion?
I'll start. The technology was one of the things that I made notes on in the allocations, and I talked to Mr. Davis, and I wonder about it too. How are they going to maintain those great scores that they're getting? It is important. It's very important. And I think having a .5 at both of those schools is the wrong thing to have. But I'm thinking what Ms. Paiva said when she was up there, because all these instructional allocations, really bothered me, and I was really prepared to come here and not support your allocation package. But you have promised, from what Ms. Paiva said, you two have discussed it, and that every one of those people that currently have a position will have a position at the start of the next school year?
So
or
through the chair.
will be reappointed?
So through the chair, everyone that has a certificate that's linked to an opening, and we have over 250 positions that are going to be opening, so my team is ready to work really hard, like same way we did last year, to make certain that everyone is placed who has a certificate and meets has an open position linked to it. I am confident. We have over 240 positions through attrition every single year. I am confident. We handled 20 plus last year. I am really confident. I mean, we're only talking 11.9, so.
I think the thing that bothers me, because every year we have the same thing where, and I know these are the allocations and it's not reappointments, but every year we have it comes to us after we've approved allocations and then we get reappointments, we hear about a number of employees who go into the hiring pool and the tier system doesn't work the way it's supposed to for whatever reason, and we end up hearing about 5, 8, 10 people that should have been hired and somebody else was, and they were passed over and they were supposed to be in tier 1, or however it works, I'm not really sure. But I know it doesn't work correctly. So that to me is really important, that these 11.9 get top priority, that they know, when school is out, where we're putting them. If you can, you're going to have openings, 244 people are retiring. So let's do, like we had a conversation with you about voluntary transfers if we have to. Something else that was said to me when I spoke with Ms. Paiva about it is, we're calling them allocation cuts, but really it's a surplus. And I know that, she had mentioned the surplus list to me, and that according to their contract, they're supposed to have that. And I don't think they've gotten it to know who even these people are,
And and through the chair, that's not going to happen at the allocation time. So if we think that at this point where we're just finished observations, we are looking at identifying who's being reappointed and who's not being reappointed, that's not coming to the board at this time, nor is it coming to Ms. Paiva at this time. So whether that's in contract or not, I can just tell you from a timeline, that's never going to happen. So
When does it go to?
that comes in April.
In April.
Yes, ma'am. That will be prepared in April, because they're in that process in that window now.
So, but they will get it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. She
In
will
April.
make sure she calls
She's
me.
giving you the look. You're getting the
She
look.
will make sure she calls me
Yeah.
every minute, every day.
And then my other concern, and I know Mr. McCauley, I wanted to call you Professor, talked about these support positions, and you know, it's an awful lot. How many of those positions actually have people in them? Because you said a lot are just frozen positions that aren't even filled with those.
Yes, ma'am. And through the chair, right now, we have around 10 to 12 vacancies, and sometimes it lends to be up to 15 vacancies. It's very difficult to hire for these positions, and as Ms. Dixon talked about, it's about the attractiveness of the position. A lot of hard work. For be honest with you, it's the pay is what hurts us in the recruitment process. So, you know, of those, the attrition process, I believe wholeheartedly that every certified area, area that they fit and have aspirations to move into, we will work diligently. We never have a problem with hiring in this phase. The issue here is just trying to make certain that it's just been cleaned up for so many years, and we get to a point where we have manageable positions in our schools that we're being responsible for those. We're going to do everything we can to make certain that students have the right resources and right supports they need every single day. We promise that. But we will go back and make certain we work hard to fill positions with our people. Yes, I promise you that, Ms. Karikas.
Yeah. Okay, Ms. Bola.
I have a couple of things. First of all, for Mr. McCauley and any of the changes that we're doing within our ESC services, the EBD units, et cetera, communication, communication, communication. One of the biggest frustrations that I experienced this week was hearing from people who had heard about changes or possible changes in the allocation package after we had received it on Tuesday, and it was publicized somehow, and people are, once again, finding out from other folks what's happening, and the administrators don't have the opportunity to talk with these people, to talk about potential changes. So I don't know if that can ever be fixed. That's something that we experienced last year. And when in fact, it had a lot to do with the technology people. And I wish there was some way we could work through that in the future, so that we can communicate appropriately. When we hear that parents are coming, and by the way, thank you for advocating for your children. When parents do, it's a world of difference for all of us, teachers, as well as everyone involved in the education process. But as we make these changes, I know that Ms. Roth has said that we're going to be communicating with these families right up front. I can assure you that schools are already getting phone calls about what's going to happen to my child next year. I heard. And it's so frustrating from everyone's perspective to have to wait that week, and literally it's only been about a week and a half, to determine what's going to be happening. So the sooner those communications can get out, the better for the families that are involved in any of the movement that may be taking place. Ms. Paiva mentioned that 3-year contract. I've spoken with you about it before. Drop people, we have some, not a lot, there are a lot of people who look at drop and say, 5 years, I'm out of here. There are a lot that look at drop and say, whoa, I'm not quite sure to let go quite yet. I feel their pain. It's hard to walk away from a classroom. And it is something that I would like us to consider. We are going to be facing a teacher shortage. That is going to be a statewide phenomenon. You're saying that we will need 250 positions, give or take, whatever. That's something that I would like you to seriously consider for those that are interested in staying possibly for a year. I know that we're allowed 3 years supposedly. I know that we do allow some people to stay to the end of the school year. Let's say if their drop ends in December, we say, hey, we can work on this so you can stay till May. But if we could somehow set up a possible even trial program for a year, just to see what might happen with that. I have an email here from the technology teacher from Middleburg. And Ms. Lowens was, when you started going through those different things that you teach, particularly all of the standards, I can relate, I was listening very carefully to that, and much of what is in this memo from the Middleburg technology teacher, I just happened to be there and I missed her the other day. I understand we're looking at smaller populations. I understand that we have to make some difficult decisions. I am going to ask you, though, to please stay vigilant on particularly these two schools. They're both Title I schools. Clay Hill perhaps didn't do as well as they could have last year, and it's obvious that they're making strides to fix that. And I don't want to throw a wrench in that system. That's the frustration in looking at, well, we don't have enough numbers to hold it. But when you see that there's movement there is positive movement and positive influence coming through, that's the sort of thing, and the data was there. When you're looking at the science data, performance matters. I've been helping in a couple of classes just to do small group work with some of the science, and it's amazing what these children need to know. In 5th grade particularly, coming up through the ranks from kindergarten to 5th and 6th grade, whatever we can do to help them, particularly in those areas where we know that the technology is not necessarily available in the homes. And they work, I know at Middleburg they do before and after school help. I know that at Clay Hill they do before and after school help, and it gives students who are working on their science fair projects, for instance, an opportunity to get their work done at the school because they might not be able to do it at home. I think that's it. I had a lot to say, but that particular area was touched me closely.
Before we go on, can I ask a question based on what Ms. Bola just said of Mr. Davis? I know I went through the packet, and there's quite a few elementary schools that hadn't chosen technology as one of their resources. How many, are there any other schools other than these two that we are eliminating part of, or all of technology, or is it just these two schools?
No, ma'am, we really wanted to look at the not touching any of the technology allocations, but we wanted to be smarter about where we put the supports. And when you look at it, you have to look at big picture, and why there are definitely needs at Clay Hill and definitely needs at Middleburg. One school has 390 students, and the other school has around 520 students. So when you look at needing the additional 5th resource, they don't need it full-time, to be honest with everyone in here. So I thought we would be strategic in reference to taking one allocation and splitting and doing half-time, which still gets a good opportunity to have an additional resource to see technology. If you talk about Clay Hill being one-to-one, we understand it. They've been one-to-one, I believe, for 4 years. 3 or 4 years, and the teachers know how to incorporate it. The teachers are ready they're independent to work through this process. They understand the process. If we talk about, and that's not, sorry, I mean to be disrespectful, but we need to have this conversation up here. When it comes to a part where we're looking about what the actual need of a school is, from their side, they don't need the full resource. I mean, if that's the case, then every elementary school in this district needs technology. And many schools don't have technology, and they're getting it done. So we talk about all the standards being taught, people are getting it done, because guess what? Great teachers get it done. Would I love to have technology spread all over? The answer is yes. If you have a new school coming on board that has over 800 students that needs an extra resource, and I was going to put that technology position at that school that's going to be a STEM school in order to help the process. So that's my response to it. And where we would love to have the luxury of it. I mean, we just can't get into, Well, I think this school ought to have that. Please allow me to drive this district. I promise I'll put it in the right situation.
Any other comments from the board?
I've thought back about, I actually didn't get much. I got the email from the Middleburg STEM or technology teacher, but I didn't get much feedback on this. I've thought a lot about, we 2 or 3 years ago, we had a speaker come and speak to us, Dr. Jim Hamilton, who is one of the greatest financial minds in the state. He was the longtime Dr. Legutko of Hillsborough County, and I remember a probably politically incorrect statement he made, and I don't mean it offensively, but he said, you cannot have sacred cows in your school district and move forward with where we're going to go. And it probably stuck in my mind for multiple reasons, but at any rate, I do applaud Mr. Davis trying to move us forward. I think about what Dr. Kemp said to us at our workshop about all the things that day alone we had talked about wanting. And his statement isn't wrong tonight. We've talked about school security, we've talked about insurance, we've talked about ESE, making sure we have all of our ESE supports, and we want it all. And we get that luxury as the board. We want it all. We go tell them to bring it to us, and this is what it looks like. And this is the third year in a row that I've looked at this package. Last year I voted no on it, and I said no last year because I felt like I didn't have the whole picture. And I understand that the way that we work as a district, we don't seem to be able to get the whole picture at one time. So again, I feel like I still have half the picture. I think about that poor single one person bug guy that you told us. One bug guy for this entire district, however many, 40-something schools, that one person has to go around. I think about the air conditioning problems that we all heard about from all kinds of staff at the beginning of the school year when they weren't working and we couldn't keep up and it wasn't nice weather outside. And so I feel like you all have asked us to trust your process. You have done a lot to bring equity in our schools, and I applaud that. So this year I will support your proposal because what I saw this board do last year was hold him accountable to when you all brought concerns or about, hey, this school is saying you're not following the formula or they're right on the cusp or whatever, but we can't continue to add onesie-twosies and not think we have to pay for it, because we do, and then that comes out of something else that we're not buying. And I remember last year we had one of our bus drivers who told us about bathrooms not having soap and paper towels, and we know our infrastructure is aging drastically, and we have to put some money towards that. So that's what I would say toward it. That was the Miss Matthews' comments were shocking to me. I would never support anything like that. I live next to a county who has a school like that, and I would not. I've been there, and it's got great teachers and great kids, and I wouldn't support it, and I wouldn't send my child there. So I appreciate you coming and getting out in the public the truth and giving the superintendent an opportunity, and hopefully that meeting can set up. Certainly we all support that. And those are my comments.
Okay. Ms. Gilhousen, you want to say something?
Ditto.
No? Okay. Ms. Bola, Ms. Kirikas, everybody said all they're going to say. Okay. We have a motion by Ms. Gilhousen, second by Ms. Bola. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion carries 5-0. Okay. We're going to hold you accountable.
You are.
Can I say this?
And what you promised, I'm really going to hold you to that, because if one of them, you're going to hear from me.
Can I say this openly? That's a hard decision. Everybody in this district needs to understand it is so hard to be able to make certain we find balance in everything that we do. And this board has done a fantastic job telling me, Addison, this class is over, help me out, or this is here. If it doesn't work at Clay Hill and it doesn't work at Middleburg, and there's noise about needing more and more and more, I promise I will revisit this. There's so many times we come in this board and in front of this entire organization, and you say, Addison, refine this plan or do that, and I do everything I can to make it work. I mean, I work hard, and I think tonight, you know, whether it's us insurance and giving employees insurance or having tough conversations, I applaud you. It's hard decisions tonight, and I'm going to support you whatever you do. But I trust me, I love my job. I am, and I want to demonstrate the best leadership I can to put Clay County back on the map with everything that we do. So if something doesn't work, remember this is preliminary. We'll go back and make it work. So I'm committed to doing that, and I thank you for your leadership and your trust.
Okay, the next item is proposed third-party administrator, TPA, benefit consultant with the Bailey Group, replacing current TPA agreement with Aon Hewitt. I've been looking at this, and I really want to do two votes on this because we've got a cancellation, and we've also got a hiring. So I would like to vote on, first bring up the Bailey Group as the first vote, and then the Aon the second vote. And I've thought through this.
It probably should have been put up there as two separate items.
It should have been put up as two separate items.
Splitting it.
Probably, I'm thinking she's right about we should vote to terminate with Aon Hewitt prior to contracting with Bailey Group.
Well, no, because what if the Bailey Group doesn't pass, and then we voted to terminate Aon?
Okay, good point.
I was just
I mean,
thinking
I don't
through
know,
which
but
way to do it, but
can't
I would
do it
feel more comfortable if we took two individual votes on this, if you agree. And I was thinking about doing it in the reverse, and then I got to thinking, but what if, you never know. So this will be clean, and so I'll first entertain a motion on hiring, proposed third-party administrator, hiring the Bailey Group as the TPA.
So move. Oh, sorry.
All right.
I'll second.
Okay, Mary Bola made the motion, and Ashley Gilhousen second, okay? Any discussion?
I have full confidence in Ms. Gann and the work that she did, and I want to commend you for that. And, I spoke at the workshop that I had whispered to the superintendent back in the fall that I thought there might be some savings here. Certainly I had nothing to do with the chosen person, but just that I felt like there was an opportunity. So I thank you for that, and I have fullest confidence in Ms. Gann's ability to bring us a good recommendation through the superintendent.
Okay, Ms. Gilhousen, any discussion?
For me.
Ms. Bola, no discussion?
Ms. Condon, and thank you, Ms.
I have
Gann.
some.
Okay, Ms. Kirikas.
Sorry, I'll say sorry now.
You're just little chatty Cathy tonight.
No, I just can't shut up sometimes. I have no issues with the company or either of them or any of the companies that were brought forward. And Ms. Gann, thank you for all the hard work that you did, and I do have, complete faith in you. What I'm not comfortable with is the process that we went through to get to this point. And I'm very, very gun-shy about piggybacking after the fiasco with the GPS. I do not want to piggyback on another county. And, if it was good enough for St. John's, the number one county in the state of Florida, to go out on an RFP, it's good enough for Clay County to go out on an RFP. I'd feel more comfortable if all of the companies had the opportunity to come in and be interviewed by our people, not somebody else's group. We're not the same as St. John's. They have a different tax base. They have on-site clinics. Their book of business is better based on insurance claims compared to ours. So I'm very concerned that piggybacking with them is not the way to go. And, you know, what makes the Bailey Group so much better? If we didn't actually negotiate with, you know, Gallagher and the other companies, if we didn't go out on that RFP, that just worries me that we could probably have gotten a better deal if we'd given everybody the opportunity. So I remember what our attorney said at the workshop, that, you know, piggybacking is legal and that it's the way at this point to go about it, but in his opinion, he would have preferred that we give everybody equal opportunity to come and present. And I'm just disappointed at how this has been handled. So it's not about the group, but it's about the process, and so I'm not going to support it because of that. There you have it.
Okay. Did you already comment? Okay. This has been a big one in my mind since we got the agenda item. I am not happy with the process that was taken to get this. I went to Gainesville, went to the insurance meeting, I learned a lot, but I keep thinking about it. Ms. Gann is a great insurance person. I bow to you and your knowledge. But she first got 4 proposals. 2 of them were the exact same amount of money. But one of them said, oh, we'll fund a teacher depot. We'll put $40,000 first year, $20,000 years after. The other company, and they came down and they met in the county office a couple times. The Gallagher Group never came into the county office and was granted any time. I talked to someone in a different county who used to be with the Bailey Group, and they switched to Gallagher. And I got curious, so I called them. I said, why'd you switch? Well, it was a political thing that I won't get into on the board floor. But the bottom line was, the lady said, I worked very well with the representative from both Bailey and Gallagher. And she said, I had no problem working with either one of them. They were both very good. But she said, but I will tell you this, we got much lower insurance rates, her words were cheaper insurance rates with Gallagher than we ever got with the Bailey Group. And that got my attention because, as I told you when we were talking about insurance before, I am determined to do something about insurance. And I want to get the best rates for our employees from the company. I would feel much better if the 2 companies that came in with the lowest number had come in either to a committee or come to this board, present their best you got, and then make a decision. It's transparent. There's no there's things that I'm just not going to say on the board floor, but this does not pass the smell test, in my opinion, and I will not support it, because I would like to have had the opportunity for both groups to come to us, and so we can make some decisions, if not us, then to the insurance committee. And this is nothing against Dr. Legutko, Ms. Gann, Mr. Davis, but I've thought about it, I've asked a lot of questions around, and I just cannot support this because I want it to be transparent. Smell test. So, any more discussion?
I guess you must be aware of stuff I'm not. Maybe
There's things that I cannot say, but
I mean, literally, I don't know of anything that.
No, I'm not going to go there. I don't want to do that, but I'm just telling you that I'm not comfortable with this.
When I just to reiterate what we talked about in the workshop. I understood Ms. Gann to have said that she discussed this with each of the different companies that she looked at, right? And you pretty much covered all of the bases. And you are the one who works with these folks directly.
Mhm. And she said she would work very well with either
And that
group.
the Bailey Group has other school districts besides just St. Johns County as well, that they represent.
And so does Gallagher.
Just make
So, do we want to maybe table this and call a special meeting so that we can go about it the right way and have,
Well,
the other companies come in?
Ms. Kirikas, that depends on the board. If 3 people vote to do it, there's no sense in having a workshop.
Well, I'm just saying, before we take a vote, does the board, does everybody feel comfortable going forward, or?
I'm comfortable moving forward. I'm just concerned, I understand your desire for an RFP. I too. I totally understand that. And ideally, if the world worked the way that we always want it to, we would have had that. But if we're going to save money to pay for insurance, this is our option. I don't see another way around it.
But this is not the only option in the world.
We could.
There's another company that came in at the same exact amount,
but
and
how
they
would
were
we-
not invited to come into the school board office and meet with the superintendent twice.
So what if we consider, again, I go back to what I said at our workshop meeting, what if we consider that we have the out? So,
We have a 30-day cancellation in this.
right, so I guess I agree, an RFP would make everyone feel better. And I think I said that in the workshop, I would have been much more comfortable with an RFP.
Absolutely.
Because an RFP would give them the opportunity to present their whole package. So, and I know we're not on it yet, but I feel strongly, maybe as strongly as y'all do on this one, I feel strongly that we need to terminate immediately with Aon. Sitting in that insurance meeting, they do not care about our employees. They don't care about Clay County School District, and frankly, I don't think they care about the business. So whatever they're making on us, the $1 million or $500,000 or whatever they're making on us in premium.
500,000, wasn't it?
It was
That was the
over-
savings.
Through the chair, yeah, that was additionally over $500,000.
They're making like almost $1 million on us in commissions. So what if we, take a look at some point in the near future, going out for an RFP, understanding, if the Bailey Group is one of the lowest today, again, y'all seem to have it.
That was the same price.
Right. Y'all seem to have a lot more information on this than I do. And I'm not saying that I don't have information that I needed to have to make my decision. I'm saying I didn't have any ancillary input. No one called me, no one, I didn't, so I'm obviously not as knowledgeable to feel uncomfortable is what I was trying to say. So what if we said, okay, we're going to move forward, understanding that in the near future, we don't want to overload Dr. Legutko and Ms. Gann, but that we go forward with an RFP that would maybe quell a little of your concerns about the piggybacking. I understand those. I did talk with Bev Slough in St. John's. I asked her how she feels like the services they've gotten from the Bailey Group. April Griffin in Alachua. I asked both of them because they're my mentors. So I happen to be taught. Well, one got me and one adopted me. So anyway, but I'm so special. I
know you need
but,
to.
So at any rate, I asked both of them, and they both are very happy. So, I know the Bailey Group's a big company, and FSBA, they're one of the sponsors or whatever. So that was why I didn't feel the need, I guess, to go forward and do a lot of other research. I don't know. But that could be one option, is that we...
I don't think we need, it wouldn't make sense to hire the Bailey Group and then do an RFP. That wouldn't make any sense.
Oh, okay.
We've got, if there's going to be a 30-day cancellation, if Ms. Gann gets unhappy, we've got a 30-day cancellation in there. So,
Let me just clarify something. Ms. Condon, I don't have any more information than what you had. I'm just going by what I heard at the workshop and what Ms. Gann told us, the whole process of how they went through it, how she made sent emails out, how she left a voice message for the Bailey Group, how Mr. Davis said they contacted him, they came in and visited. I think Ms. Gann said they met with him a second time. I'm just going by all of that, and that's not the right way to go about doing business. We should have gone about it the right way, and then piggybacking, okay, that's the legal way to get around that. And I just don't feel good. It's like Mrs. Studdard says, if it doesn't pass the smell test. So that's the information that I have. I don't have any more than you do. I didn't get any personal phone calls from anybody. So, but I'm not comfortable, 100% not comfortable piggybacking on somebody else's. And I think we should have just gone about this, the right way. So.
Okay, if there's no other discussion, we'll go ahead and take the vote. This is to hire our
third-party administrator.
I think it's that we are directing the superintendent to contract with the Bailey Group, or how is it to be worded, Mr. D'Agata?
It's up on the screen.
Oh, it's up on the
So it is up on the screen.
Yeah,
I
okay.
I agree with how it's couched there. Motion to
Proposed
approve.
third-party administrator benefit consultant with the Bailey Group.
The one below. Motion to approve
Motion to
entering
approve
into.
entering into an agreement with the Bailey Group.
Okay. And I had a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
No.
No. Motion carries 3-2 with Ms. Garricus and Ms. Studdard dissenting.
Ms. Studdard, can I say something?
Mm-hmm.
For the record, I just want to let this board know that I did not meet with the Bailey Group twice, or neither did Ms. Gann, I don't believe. I think it was only once in the contact with, and actually Ms. Gann wasn't even involved. I just invited her and Dr. Legucco to a meeting because I got a phone call about, hey, you got some insurance problems, let's hear from this group. And I was there for 10 minutes and they led the work, and their recommendation was theirs.
So they called you to set up the appointment, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Mhm.
So, just wanted to make that clear. Yes, ma'am, through the chair, Dr. Legucco.
Dr. Legucco.
Through the chair, I just wanted to make a comment. The reason that we did this in the way that we did is that we are getting ready to renew our insurance. And as a result of that, we needed to have someone on board to act on behalf of the school board, act on behalf of the employees. And in order to do that, we could not go out, we would have done an RFP, but there was not enough time. An RFP takes at least 6 months to go through that. Ms. Gann needs the time now to start preparing for our renewal. And in order to do that and to get better rates or to have someone work on behalf of the employees, we needed a company that we believe will work on behalf of us. So that is why we took the approach that we did. So I wanted that to be out there as well, because we did consider the RFP process. Thank you.
I have something I'd like to add to that. I don't feel that's fair to the board to do that. You're bringing something to the board with a minimum amount of time and expecting us to make a decision on something. And I don't feel that's the way that we should be conducting business. We know the correct procedure, and that's what we should be doing. So I understand what you're saying, but I don't agree with it. So thank you.
Okay, the next I'll entertain a motion on
I think we're
this, giving on the cancellation. It's 90 days?
I'll move approval.
Okay.
Second.
Have a motion by Ms. Gilhousen, second by Ms. Condon. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Motion carries 5-0. Okay. Ms. Bush, I voted nay on that last one, and it's showing up 4-1. Okay, because it's saying 4-1, and it was a 3-2. Okay, and on this one, just a minute. Okay. We good now? Ms. Bush, are we good now? Okay. Next, school board attorney remarks.
I just wanted to thank the superintendent for complimenting my exquisite tie. Thank you.
St. Patrick's Day green.
Oh my gosh. Short, quick, and precise. I like it. Okay. Okay, school board member remarks. Ms. Gilhousen.
Well, it's been a sobering month, I think, for school districts across our state. Certainly, there's going to be a lot of change over the next few months as we move forward from this, and I just want to extend our heartfelt condolences and sympathies to everyone affected in Parkland. Know that our thoughts and prayers are with you constantly. Looking forward, this is one of my favorite times of the school year as we anticipate all the spring festivals and spring break. I know the kids are looking forward to that, and the teachers too, I'm sure. Anyway, I hope everyone has a fun and restful March.
Okay, Ms. Bola.
I don't know if you all received information from the Florida School Board Association today talking about referring to the marshals within the school districts. It would behoove us, I think, to come up with a statement at some point in the near future and be kept abreast of, read up on all of those updates that they're sending us, because there's a lot that's going on. I couldn't agree more with Ms. Paiva about not arming teachers. We are not hired to be armed. We are hired to teach. We have professional resource officers who are trained, and anyone that we can use in those respects I think would be appropriate. We've been in Tallahassee this past week. It seems like a legislative month when you come into February and March, and one of the things that I thought was very effective for us as a board was going to, what did we end up doing? Close to 80 legislators and senators, and going in and saying, thank you for supporting public education. And it was amazing that as we went into their offices, we did not go in with appointments. We went in basically with our information along with our legislative agenda, and dropped it off with most of the aides. And in giving that thanks, it was amazing how many doors it opened. And going in with the positive, thank you for supporting us, thank you for supporting public education, and with an aide, literally, many of the aides literally saying, hey, do you want to talk with them? Can you come back in 5 minutes or whatever? And taking up that was awesome. The personal meetings were very informative. Further, the Constitution Revision Committee was in town at UNF. I went and spoke shortly after our workshop that day, as a matter of fact. And in the Constitution Revision Committee public hearing, I basically, once again, said I am here to support public education and oppose proposals 4, 33, 43, 45, 71, and 93. That is 6 out of 37. 6 out of 37 that were, again, or here again, being considered for review in the Constitution Revision Committee that related to public education. Attended the construction career days for the first time. What a hoot. Got behind the joystick of a few machines, and it was great. It was fun, and what an opportunity for our children in the high schools to get hands-on experience in the construction area. Speaker Jeremy Anderson at Charles E. Bennett, a motivational speaker, speaking to the students and the 5th and 6th grade teachers, was awesome. I appreciated that invitation. The Orange Park dedication of the Orange Park Normal and Industrial School historic marker was held this month. And once again, a shout out to Cindy Cheatwood, who is one of our teachers and very involved with the Historical Society here in Clay County. Keystone Heights Elementary STEAM Night once again, lots of hands-on experiences for children. Special Olympics, obviously. Ridgeview High School's band and chorus concert was this week, as many of our concert choirs as well as the bands are getting ready to go on to district and state competitions. Loads of school visits, and two things happening tomorrow. One is Argyle Idol. If anybody's into talent shows at the elementary school level, it is a hoot. I get to be the MC again. This will be, I believe, my 12th year in a row that I'm the MC for Argyle Idol, and I relish it. It is wonderful. I encourage you all to come. And last but not least, thank you. Well, I should say thank you to those of you who have invited us all to many of the activities. More invitations, the better. And as you said, Ms. Gilhausen, going out and seeing these schools is awesome. But tomorrow, on a personal note, I would like to wish my husband a happy 33rd anniversary tomorrow. He's coming to Argyle Idol. I'm taking him out tomorrow night. You got it.
Okay, Ms. Kirikas.
Well, first of all, Ms. Paiva, I have every intention of putting this on the agenda for next month. I'll be asking our board to fund the $5,465 for the instructional retirees. That, shame on us. Anyway, I will be putting that on the agenda and we can discuss it next month. I guess, everybody's talked about the shooting in Parkland at Stoneman Douglas High School, and our heart goes out to the victims, the students, the parents, the teachers, and their staff at the school. It's just heart-wrenching when you saw all that, and just so grateful and thankful that that school is able to. Those kids were amazing, seeing them talk and speak and take on Tallahassee, and the courage that they have. I mean, I get chills just thinking about them, and they should be, so proud of themselves and their families, and it's just heartbreaking to those 17 families. So, like you said, our heart goes out to them. I fully support the work of our local enforcement. I have a son that was a military police officer, and, my other son was a prosecutor for a while. And, since I first got on the board, we've talked about it. Mrs. Stutter, you've brought it up many times about having a resource officer in all our schools. So, Mr. Davis, I'm so glad to hear you talk about it again, because we value their work. We value having a resource officer in every high school and junior high. If we can get that back, that would be wonderful, if we can find funding for it. If we can get it at an elementary school, too. I know we used to always have the DARE program. Orange Park Police are the only ones that offer the DARE program for our Orange Park schools right now. So, I'm hoping that the state finds this money now that they're in session, and they've said $67 million, and like Ms. Condon said, we're probably going to lose $1 million somewhere else when we get that million. But, it'll be earmarked only for. Yeah.
It'll be a categorical,
so,
tell us what we can do with it, yeah.
I hope and pray that we can find the funding to have our resource officers back. We greatly appreciate having an officer here at our board meetings, and we know how important it is to have them in our schools. And then, our social workers, we still have a couple still sitting here, your troopers, thank you. And to Lily Swetanek and Suzanne Hall, it's wonderful that they were able to go down. I wish we could have arranged to have even more going and to help, but that's a great group of people that we have, and we just really appreciate you and thank you. Something that we did miss when we were talking about, the weeks and everything, May 9th, next couple months from now, is Nurses Appreciation Day. You probably know that one. Somewhere in there's a support day too, and we've got to look that one up. But just want to keep the Parkland families in our thoughts and prayers, and just thank you.
Okay, Ms. Condon.
I would too express my condolences for everyone down in that area. And one of the most, I think, poignant things for me was when I heard just this week that was considered one of the safest schools in the state, in the nation.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that one of the things that is meaningful to me is that what does this look like? And I'll be honest with you, I've spent a whole lot of time in prayer wondering who our Nicholas Cruz is, because I'm sure that we have one in our school district. And that's a shame, but because this didn't start the day before. And we know a whole lot of things failed on that. But I'm committed as a board member, and I know the rest of you are too, to really utilizing our resources through the district to making sure that we don't have a student to get to that point, because that would be devastating. With that, I had the opportunity to visit, and the invitation is extended to all of you, obviously not at the same time. It's not that it matters. There is no sunshine to be violated. But I was invited by Kathy Hill, who's still here, our social worker at Keystone Heights High School, to come and Mr. McCauley and I were invited together. He got stopped by the road closure, which stopped me from going to Charles E. Bennett, so I got to spend the whole day at Keystone because there was a road closure on 21 because of smoke and car accidents. But at any rate, Mr. McCauley couldn't come, but I know he'll go at some point, and I would invite each of you as board members to reach out to Ms. Hill to schedule a time. Every other Friday, they are taking what is called the MTSS process, which is the multi-tiered support system, to a different level. They're modeling this program after something that was done at Palatka High School. There's a new support facilitator at Keystone High School who came from Bradford County, actually. Her name is Hope Davis. And they have an administrator, the social worker, guidance counselor, support facilitator, and then another teacher. And they meet with students who've been flagged for things like excessive absences, other reasons that they aren't being successful. And I can't remember the exact numbers because I left that, I had a little yellow piece of paper, I left it in my car, but the exact numbers of how many they've met with so far this year, but they've had a 90% increase in academic performance from these students. And when you go, it's eye-opening to watch them. I told Mr. Davis and Mr. Connor about it earlier. When you watch them come in and they think they're in trouble because they're getting called into this room full of adults, and they think, and a lot of these kids have had trouble in their lives, and so this is not a new thing for them, and especially when they see an administrator sitting there. And then to watch them physically sit up a little bit straighter, really care about their academic performance because someone else has cared. And it's as simple as one student needed one more science credit, and she's going to graduate this year, and she hates chemistry, and somehow she ended up in chemistry, and she didn't like her teacher, and I'm sure he's a good teacher, Miss Pava, but she didn't like him, and so she kept missing the bus, and that's her way to school, and she doesn't have home support to get there if she misses the bus. So they were able to move her schedule around, get her in a class that's appropriate so she can finish the science credit and graduate. And just watching her say, oh, somebody can help me, and that's just one unique example. But anyway, so I hope all of you will take her up on that. I know it's a drive down for all of you, but it's well worth it. So thanks for what you do, Ms. Hill, and for that whole team. Please express my thanks. And Mr. McWilliams is very supportive of that program, so as well. The Normal Industrial School, how informative, and Ms. Watt was there, so I already said, I hope this is in our new Clay County history program, because if you haven't been over there and learned about what happened in Clay County back in the late 1800s, early 1900s, it's fascinating. I wanted to say, I know Dr. Watt had to go home because he has to teach tomorrow, but there is a support employee at Keystone Heights High School who started a debate program. And last weekend, I believe it was last weekend, they held the first debate competition there. They held a debate competition there. So they've started a debate team that they're trying to get off the ground and hosting competitions. So, and obviously that's outside her duties, but certainly our support employees provide much greater services to us than just what their normal day job is. There is an opportunity for, this is not a commercial, there's an opportunity for our schools to raise money, and I found out about it yesterday, so Mr. Davis, I'll just pass along the flyer, I'll scan it to you. It's for Ameris Bank, so any of our families or employees or businesses or whomever who have accounts at Ameris Bank, they can code that account with
the school of your choice or the group of your choice. So it can be like the band booster group or the PTA or whatever. And every quarter, Ameris Bank has a formula, and they total up the amount that's in those accounts that are coded with that school, and they give that school a donation. And I heard of one in Alachua County that the school got $375 for no other reason than people just saying, put this school on flag this for my account. Nothing comes out of their account. So anyway, it's an opportunity for our principals or our band, or whatever groups. And the last thing that I will say, I shouldn't end on it's not a negative note. So I've had parents in the process of, I guess high school students now are choosing their classes for next year. And parents have expressed some concerns of they don't know what a Lexile score is in Achieve 3000 and where to find out what their child's is. So if we can help to educate, maybe if we can put out I found it in Focus, I think. But if they don't know how to, and then the only other thing, I did have some teachers reach out and say that we have, so we used to have a teacher recommendation. So we used to do, I guess, FSA score, teacher recommendation, and we've removed that now. So some teachers asked me to pass that along, and I don't know if that's the case. I don't know. But at any rate, so it wasn't too negative, sorry. And I think that's all.
Okay. You indicated that you wanted to set a special meeting or a workshop on the insurance. What do y'all want to talk about in this meeting?
Well, I think Ms. Piva's idea about a roundtable.
Say something.
I like that idea.
And a vision.
I agree. I think Ms. Piva's idea about the roundtable discussion and actually have all the stakeholders there, have, Ms. Piva, Ms. Dixon, Ms. Gann, Dr. Legutko, and any other consultants that you think, we would need to have. So
what all do you want to be discussed? So to give them some guidance.
When will we start really building our budget? Because we should probably backtrack from that.
That's
We need
correct.
to give you enough.
So through the chair, we'll start, my team is starting to do some preliminary work right now about figuring out what initiatives and projects we want to continue for 18-19 and then transition long-term stuff as well for 19-20. So I would say that it's going to be a May-ish, I would say, that we will be having a real solid aspect of what our entire budget may begin to shape up as. But I still like, through the chair, the round table idea is perfect because I want the board to give me clear indications of what you want that dollar to look like. And then I'm not saying that I can meet it, but I promise I will work as hard as I can to get close or meet it or exceed it.
I can tell you right now, $6,200.
$200, I know that came out too.
We don't need a roundtable, I'm done.
It came out through, I figured $6,200 was going to be it.
Well, part of that, though, is also, what is the insurance
Selfish, yeah.
package going to be? I mean, there are a lot of people that use the insurance in different ways, some people that don't need the insurance.
Right.
And is there some other alternative that we can do with the Plan B people, for instance?
This is
part of the
thing
problem-
I'm trying to get in my mind the order that we need to be doing this.
Part of the problem is that those recommendations, I think by contract, have to come
Committee.
from the insurance committee. And in addition, I don't know if we listen at a round table, is that considered bargaining?
Okay, so yeah, we're all kind of skirting around that. We all realize that this is part of the conditions and terms of the collective bargaining agreement. I don't want to shut down any type of open and candid conversation. There's no problem participating as a whole board or two or more of you with these folks, but when it gets down to it, and you're brainstorming among yourself as the board employer, you must do that by way of an executive session. So just be mindful of that, and that's because you've got that, it's in your, the collective bargaining agreements. I read the language to you.
So, Mr.
really-
D'Agata, if we were to do a workshop, not a special meeting, because we wouldn't be taking any action at all, workshop is informational, we would just, as a board, have to be guarded not to say, you know, not to give any kind of direction, but I don't know.
You've got
In
it.
a workshop, we're there to learn.
Right.
So we,
That's
and we
the
can
point.
discuss.
And we can ask questions.
Yes.
Yeah.
And learn
And the
and,
public can ask questions.
Right.
But we can't do no action.
right.
But
No,
that-
I'm just trying to think about how we could do this with, you
Who
know,
directs the workshop?
right.
You know what I mean? I mean, who provides the
Well, that's
information?
what I want to know. Is this going to be Ms. Gann? Give her something? She doesn't have anything to do.
Well, and Ms. Gann won't be able to prepare
No.
anything for us until she's got, you know, the
Well,
Bailey
this is
group
the
on
thing.
and
Mr. Davis is talking about May.
healthcare
Maybe we're
information.
premature and setting, maybe we're being premature to try to get an insurance.
I think what maybe Ms. Bola said about thinking outside the box. I mean, there's a teacher who I didn't get to meet, and she probably doesn't like me because I challenged almost everything, but it wasn't her, please tell her that, on the insurance committee, who has an insurance background. And so she has a lot of knowledge, and maybe in 5,000 or 4,700 employees, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
4,700 employees, maybe there's somebody who has some, you know, ideas.
we're certainly not the.
What about somebody from the
I am
Bailey
not
Group?
Excuse me?
Someone from the Bailey Group? Do they work for us?
So
Yet?
through
Well-
so through the chair, you know, as of right now, we still have to, you know, tonight gave me the rights to go and start to craft a negotiate a contract. So once that is somewhat agreed upon and approved through the board and through legal, and then we can get started. But right now, I think we would have to wait until all that's taken care of and moving forward.
Okay, but what about a vision? What about do we want to set the goal of becoming self-insured? And do we want to try to, you know, ask you to set aside some funds to start our
Fund
Well,
balance.
our $12 million fund
Okay.
balance?
I think
We wish.
I think
We
so.
pray.
Through the chair, I'd like to do as best as I can to try to start that process, if the board's okay.
Okay.
Along with giving the 6,200.
Maybe immediately, we don't need to have a roundtable until we know what the new insurance premiums are going to be,
Yes,
the
ma'am.
plan for the next year and all that, but maybe immediately we need to, as a board, you know, at the next meeting or the meeting after, just direct the superintendent to build a budget with, you know, the 6,200, you know, 6,000 or 5,500, and show us the different numbers that, you know, maybe we can't do, you know, 6,200, but we could afford to go from the 52 that we're at to 57, you know?
But wouldn't that be bargaining?
Well,
Wouldn't that
no,
be subject?
we're asking him to build it into the budget so that we know what we can bargain with.
So,
Well, in 90 days, when the Bailey Group comes in, you know, 90 days, we've got, I mean, Aon's being given their notice. They're not going to do anything for us after that. They're done. The 90 days, we're just, so it's my understanding that then whoever you hire usually comes in and works with you, and they won't charge you until, you know, the official start. But they, you know, they need to look at it and see if they think we need to, you know, suggest how we could go to self-insured, or give us the option on, you know, what if we don't want to do that? Maybe they think it's not the greatest thing for us. So maybe we should wait until they have a chance to kind of look over things and see what, you know, they're the experts. We're certainly not insurance people.
Right, but we're not actually talking about the insurance per se. We're talking about our contribution.
Yeah, the
to it.
budget,
So
well.
We
when-
can't even go
It
self-insured
all
till we're
works together,
6,200.
but we just got to get it in.
But we can ask the superintendent to show us the different, build it into our budget,
Yeah.
to show us,
Yeah, we can do
you know,
that.
we can do that.
You know, pardon me, I didn't mean to talk on top of you. Consider also just setting, you know, unilaterally setting an executive session too. That's something that we all know you can do. You can talk openly about these things, and maybe, you know, between now and the time you have your executive session, there's some sort of sit-down, roundtable with the stakeholders and the experts there.
Okay, we'll get it worked out. So, don't need your calendar. Excuse, Ms. Piva?
Piva has a question.
All right, Ms.
Please
Piva.
come to the
Would you
podium.
like to come up to
Please
the
come.
podium?
workshop idea
Okay.
and
think we're getting way late because we don't want to be
We're all-
bargaining. We're
Our
not
brains
bargaining.
are slowing down.
Right, except Ms. Stutter with, some laterality here. My idea was, right now, your insurance budget that you pay is about $15,558,690, roughly, 10 cents. Okay. Somewhere around there. When we talk 6,200 for people who take the insurance, which is 3,050 people, then you're talking an 18,910,000 roughly. So that's what you're talking about when you're only doing. When you talk self-insured, you're talking, in order to be self-funding in your self-insured, like Alachua's model, unlike St. John's model, then you're talking 6,200 for every employee. That's how they become self-funding in it. So it's way out there. You don't have an expense issue, you have a revenue issue. And that's what I'm talking about when we have a round table, because then everything's on the table. How do you raise revenue? I don't think you can talk self-insurance with the budget constraints that you have right now. You know, Mr. Davis, God love him, is nickel and diming trying to find something, when really it's a revenue issue. So there's only two options to raise revenue, and we never like to talk about them, okay, in a deep red county. That's the workshop. We have to talk about those things and what it means to the people of Clay County in order to adequately fund public education. And that's the workshop, not the bargaining, not the insurance plan, which the insurance committee does, the plan, and right now I don't like any of the plan. I want to go on record as saying that. So if they're listening, all right, your 4 plans,
Stay.
you want to say so? They're really bad. Okay, and that's what Mrs. Condon and I were sitting there dying because none of it looked bad. It was like awful.
But Ms. Gann did tell us that was not where we would end up. None of that
I know.
negotiated.
Yeah, we're gonna hold you to that too. But
she had to calm me down.
I mean, it was really, and and it seemed like Aon didn't care. It seemed like United didn't care. But I'm going to put it on the table. We have a revenue issue. And that's the round table we need to openly discuss, and it might be painful, but it has to be a partnership. It has to be a partnership or it will fail. And that's what I want to have the talk about, because it isn't an expense issue, it's a revenue issue. And that needs to be said at a round table. Thank you. I'm sorry, Ms. Studdard.
I think Dr. Kemp is smiling over there.
Oh, he's
trying not to show it. He's trying not to show
up
it.
to that? Okay. Okay, it's my turn. Y'all, we're going to get out of here tonight. Let's see. Don't forget, ladies, Master Board, Mr. Davis.
All day, 7 hours.
March the 29th. Be sure that it's on Mr. Davis's calendar.
I'm there.
Okay. All day.
All day.
Okay.
I'll be there.
And we'll be in the same room we were before. Okay. And then March the 20th, 9 to 11:30, policy review workshop. You going to be ready for that, Mr. D'Agata? Okay.
I'm sick.
Yes, I think you should come to it. You're going to be sick.
I'm calling in sick now.
Listen, the man hasn't had any of his candies tonight. I'm sorry. Okay, I want to, on a more serious note, when Parkland happened, I know all of our hearts just broke. I am so proud, though, of the students. Every time I turn on TV, there's students talking, and they're well-spoken, poised. They have been through something that hopefully none of us ever have to go through. Words seem inadequate to how you feel about something like this. I hope and pray that it never happens in Clay County, but sometimes things happen in the county, and we just know we've got to make it better. For those old-timers, this is a sad note, but I do want to say this. Gail Eilers used to, before she retired, was our assistant superintendent for human resources, and her husband passed away. And his funeral is tomorrow at St. Mark's Episcopal Church in Ortega at 11 o'clock. And I know a lot of you knew Gail and loved Gail. She was with us for quite a while. And I wanted to announce it because it's hard to get the word out throughout the district, and there's a lot of people that know Gail and love her. Okay. I can't think of anything
Ms.
else. So,
Studdard, one more, another unfortunate passing, Mr. Roy Philemon. Mr. Roy Philemon, who was the principal at W.E. Cherry for 30-some years, passed away yesterday as well.
Oh, my goodness, I didn't
I'm sorry
know
to
that.
share that with you, but
I'm
wanted you to know.
I'm glad to know that because I know Okay. Y'all, if there's no other business to come before the board, we are adjourned.